The boy beside the Mississippi. There are some lives that seem, from a comfortable distance, almost perfectly designed for storytelling. They have beginnings in quiet places, strange turns, improbable successes, personal tragedies, journeys across continents, friendships with famous people, financial disasters, and eventually, a kind of myth that settles over everything that happened before. The life of Mark Twain was one of those lives. But tonight, rather than beginning with the famous writer, the humorist, the white-haired man in the white suit whose photographs would eventually become almost as recognizable as his books, let us begin somewhere much smaller. A little town beside a wide and muddy river. Missouri. The 19th century. And a boy who had not yet learned that one day millions of strangers would know his name. The Mississippi River moved past the town of Hannibal with the slow confidence of something that had been there long before anyone bothered to name it. It was 1835. The United States was still young. Railroads were spreading, but they had not yet conquered the landscape. Telegraph wires did not stretch across the country. There were no airplanes overhead, no electric lights glowing in every window, no radio voices drifting through the night. And there certainly was no internet, which meant that if you wanted to know what was happening somewhere else, you generally had to wait, and wait, and then wait some more. News traveled by horse. Letters traveled by horse. People traveled by horse. And occasionally, if you were fortunate enough to live near the great rivers, you could travel by steamboat. The Mississippi was not merely scenery. It was a highway. It was a workplace. It was a source of food, commerce, danger, gossip, dreams, and death. And for the boy who would become Mark Twain, it would become something even more important. It would become a memory, a permanent landscape inside his mind. His real name was Samuel Clemens. He was born on November 30th, 1835, in the small community of Florida, Missouri. His father, John Marshall Clemens, was a stern, serious man who worked as a lawyer, judge, and land speculator. His mother, Jane Lambton Clemens, was warmer, more humorous, and apparently quite capable of enjoying a good story. Samuel was the sixth of 7 children. And if the universe had decided to produce a future literary celebrity in the least glamorous way possible, it had made a reasonable start. There was no dramatic prophecy, no ancient family estate, no mysterious stranger arriving at midnight to announce the birth of a genius. Just a baby. A sickly baby, in fact. Samuel's childhood was marked by poor health. His family moved to Hannibal when he was still very young, and there, beside the Mississippi, he grew up in a world that would later become almost inseparable from the America of his books. Hannibal was not enormous. It was the kind of place where people knew one another's business, where a boy could wander down toward the river and watch the boats arriving, where warehouses stood near the water, where merchants shouted, where animals moved through muddy streets, where smoke rose from chimneys during cold mornings, and where the Mississippi itself seemed to stretch toward infinity. Imagine the river at dawn. The air is cool. Mist rests low over the water. Somewhere out in the gray distance, a steamboat begins to make itself known. First comes the faint sound, then the darker shape, then the smoke, then the enormous paddle wheel, and finally the deep, throbbing noise of the engine. A boy stands watching. He doesn't know yet that this scene will become one of the foundations of American literature. He is simply watching a boat. And that may be one of the most important things about childhood. You do not know which ordinary moments are going to become permanent. You don't know which smell will survive in your memory for 70 years. You don't know which sound will return to you when you are old. The boy Samuel Clemens was surrounded by such things. The river. The boats. The docks. The gamblers. The workers. The merchants. The travelers. The drifters. The enslaved people whose lives existed under a brutal system that was simply part of the social landscape around him. And the stories. Always the stories. The Mississippi was full of people going somewhere. People arrived from places the boy had never seen. They carried accents, rumors, news, tall tales, arguments, money, trouble. Sometimes all of those things at once. For a curious child, this was a remarkable education. Samuel attended school, but the streets around Hannibal taught him things that no classroom could easily explain. He learned how adults behaved when they thought children weren't listening. He learned that respectable people could be ridiculous. He learned that criminals could sometimes be charming. He learned that people lied. He learned that people exaggerated. He learned that people believed strange things. And, perhaps most importantly, he learned that almost everyone had a story. Years later, Mark Twain would become famous for exposing human foolishness. But the roots of that talent can be found here, in watching people, noticing them, remembering them, and occasionally wondering why grown adults were behaving so strangely. The Clemens family itself was not wealthy. John Clemens struggled financially. Land speculation did not always go well. The family's circumstances were uncertain, and the father was not an especially easy man to live with. Samuel later remembered him as distant and severe. His death in 1847 changed everything. Samuel was only 11. His father died of pneumonia, leaving the family in financial difficulty. The boy's formal education would soon come to an end. There was no comfortable path toward university. No leisurely period in which he could spend years reading philosophy and deciding what sort of intellectual he wanted to become. He needed to work. And so, at 11 years old, Samuel entered the world of employment. He became a printer's apprentice. This was, in its own peculiar way, extremely fortunate, because printing was one of the great technologies of the 19th century. A printing office was a place where words became physical objects. Type was arranged. Ink was applied. Paper was pressed. News became newspapers. Opinions became pamphlets. Arguments became editorials. And jokes, when they were good enough, became something that strangers could carry home. Samuel learned the trade. He worked at the office of the Missouri Courier. Later, he worked for his older brother Orion, who became involved in newspaper publishing. The young Samuel learned how newspapers were produced. He learned the rhythms of deadlines. He learned how quickly information became stale. He learned that writing was not some mysterious activity performed only by solemn men in libraries. Writing was work. Messy work. Commercial work. Sometimes exhausting work. And it was happening all around him. Eventually, he began contributing pieces to newspapers. Short sketches. Humorous observations. Local stories. Little attempts at making strangers laugh. He was discovering something. He liked words. But he also liked people. And he liked making people laugh at themselves. That combination would eventually become his profession. But not yet. For now, the river was calling. The Mississippi was one of the great arteries of 19th century America. Steamboats moved constantly along it. They carried passengers and cargo. They connected towns. They brought wealth. They also brought danger. Boiler explosions were a real threat. Navigation was difficult. Sandbars shifted. Logs floated beneath the surface. Fog could make the river almost invisible. And the river itself was constantly changing. A man who wanted to become a steamboat pilot needed to understand the water intimately. He had to know where the channel ran. He had to know where it moved. He had to recognize landmarks. He had to understand currents. He had to know how the river behaved under different conditions. To a young Samuel Clemens, becoming a pilot seemed like a dream. It meant independence. It meant money. It meant adventure. And perhaps most importantly, it meant the river. So Samuel left the printing trade for a while and pursued the life of a riverboat man. He became an apprentice pilot under Horace Bixby. And this is where the Mississippi began teaching him its most important lessons. Because from the shore, the river looks simple. From a boat, it is not. The surface may appear calm. Beneath it, everything is moving. The channel shifts. The depth changes. The current pulls. The banks collapse. The river hides things. And a pilot has to learn to read it. Bixby taught Samuel how to do exactly that. The lessons were demanding. The young man had to memorize the river, not merely approximately, precisely. He needed to know bends, shoals, islands, dangers, safe passages, landmarks, and the peculiar behavior of water around every turn. It was almost like learning a gigantic poem by heart. Except that getting a line wrong could kill people. Samuel later remembered the training with enormous respect. The Mississippi became his classroom, and his teacher was unforgiving. There was another lesson, too. A lesson that would quietly shape his entire literary career. The river could look beautiful and still be dangerous. It could be calm and violent within the same afternoon. It could carry enormous ships and destroy them. It could feed cities and swallow people. It could create wealth and ruin fortunes. The contradiction fascinated him, and Mark Twain would spend the rest of his life fascinated by contradictions. People who claimed to be respectable but behaved foolishly. People who claimed to be civilized but practiced cruelty. People who claimed to understand the world but clearly did not. America itself would become one of his greatest contradictions. A nation that spoke constantly about liberty while slavery existed within it. A country celebrating progress while destroying lives in the process. A society obsessed with wealth while pretending money was not important. And a culture that could be both genuinely idealistic and spectacularly ridiculous. Samuel was learning to notice these things. He was also learning the language of the river. There was a term used by pilots. Mark Twain. It meant that the water was 2 fathoms deep, about 12 feet, deep enough for a boat to pass safely. The phrase was ordinary river language. Nothing literary about it. Nothing profound. Just a practical measurement. But eventually, that phrase would become one of the most famous pen names in American history. At the time, Samuel Clemens was simply trying to become a pilot, and he loved it. The river gave him a sense of freedom. He could move through the country. He could meet strangers. He could earn respectable wages. He could be independent. He could belong to a world that seemed larger than Hannibal. For a young man who had grown up watching steamboats from the shore, this was almost irresistible. He was finally inside the world he had been observing. And for a time, it seemed as though this would be his life. The river. The boats. The fog. The engines. The endless movement. Perhaps he would grow old doing it. Perhaps Samuel Clemens would become a river pilot and nothing more. History has a strange habit of making future fame look inevitable. It wasn't. Most lives do not have a visible destination. People simply move forward. They make decisions with incomplete information. They take jobs. They fall in love. They lose people. They change their minds. And sometimes a series of accidents carries them somewhere they never intended to go. Samuel Clemens was about to experience exactly that. The American Civil War was approaching. The country was dividing. Arguments over slavery, states' rights, political power, and the future of the Union were becoming increasingly bitter. For someone whose world was the Mississippi River, this national crisis was not an abstract political problem. The river itself would become divided. Trade would be disrupted. Travel would change. Men would leave their jobs. Communities would be pulled apart. And the young river pilot who had thought he had found his future would soon discover that history had other plans. In 1861, the Civil War began, and the Mississippi became one of its great strategic prizes. The river was no longer simply a highway. It was a military frontier. The country that Samuel Clemens had known as a young man was disappearing. And with it disappeared the easy future he had imagined. He left the river. The decision was partly political, partly practical, and partly the inevitable result of war. For a brief period, he became involved with a small Confederate militia unit. It was not a glamorous military experience. There were marches, confusion, fear, disorganization, and a great deal of uncertainty. He later transformed these experiences into some of his writing. But at the time, he was simply a young man trying to understand what was happening around him. He did not remain in the militia for long. Eventually, he left Missouri and traveled west with his brother Orion. This journey would change his life. They headed toward Nevada. And Samuel Clemens was about to encounter another America entirely. The frontier. The mining towns. The deserts. The gamblers. The prospectors. The politicians. The newspaper men. The dreamers. The frauds. The eccentrics. In other words, an almost perfect environment for Mark Twain. He just didn't know he was Mark Twain yet. he was still Samuel Clemens, a young man without much money, a young man who had lost his profession, a young man who had not yet found his voice. And somewhere between the Mississippi and the deserts of the American West, the river pilot began to disappear. The writer was beginning to emerge, slowly, almost accidentally, as it usually happens. And somewhere ahead, in a mining town surrounded by dry mountains and enormous ambitions, Samuel Clemens would discover that he might be much better at making people laugh than he had ever been at navigating a river. But before that happened, he would have to fail, quite a lot. And, because of course he did, some of those failures would eventually become the material from which he built a literary career. For now, though, night has settled over the old Mississippi. The boats have passed. The river keeps moving. And somewhere in the darkness, a young man who still calls himself Samuel Clemens is traveling west. He has no idea that one day people will read his books beside their own rivers of memory. No idea that school children will know his characters. No idea that his face will become iconic. No idea that his jokes will survive him. And certainly no idea that the phrase Mark Twain, which once meant nothing more than a safe depth of water, will one day become the name of one of America's most enduring writers. For the moment, he is simply moving onward, as young people have always done, carrying a few possessions, carrying memories, carrying uncertainty, and carrying, unknowingly, the first pieces of a future nobody could yet see. The river behind him, the desert ahead, and a lifetime of stories waiting somewhere in between. The desert, the newspaper, and the birth of Mark Twain. The journey westward was not especially comfortable. It was the sort of journey that modern travelers might find difficult to imagine. There were no smooth highways carrying people across the continent in a few hours. No glowing map on a phone quietly announcing that you had missed a turn. No refrigerated bottle of water waiting in a cup holder. There were roads when roads existed. There were wagons. There were horses. There were dust clouds. There were mountains. There were long stretches of landscape in which the horizon seemed to remain exactly the same for hours. And there was the strange psychological experience of traveling into a place you had mostly imagined. Samuel Clemens and his brother Orion were heading west toward Nevada, where Orion had received a government appointment. For Samuel, the journey was more than relocation. It was an escape from one life before another had properly appeared. The Mississippi had been left behind. The riverboats were gone. The familiar towns were gone. The sounds of the water and the engines were becoming memories. Ahead lay a landscape that seemed almost hostile to human beings. Dry earth. Sparse vegetation. Huge skies. Mountains rising suddenly from the distance. At night, the stars seemed enormous. The silence could be unsettling. And yet, there was something intoxicating about the West. The frontier attracted people who wanted to reinvent themselves. Men arrived with little money and enormous confidence. They came looking for gold and silver. They came looking for land. They came looking for political opportunity. They came looking for escape. They came because they were bored. They came because they were desperate. And occasionally they came because they had no idea where else to go. Samuel fit comfortably into that last category. Nevada in the early 1860s was still a young and restless place. Virginia City, where he would spend considerable time, had grown rapidly because of the discovery of silver. The discovery transformed the region. Suddenly, what had looked like an isolated settlement became a place filled with mines, saloons, newspapers, hotels, boarding houses, gambling rooms, merchants, politicians, speculators, and men who were absolutely certain they were about to become rich. Most of them would not. But certainty has never required evidence. Virginia City was loud. It was dusty. It was crowded. And it was filled with stories. There were miners who had come from distant states, immigrants speaking different languages, lawyers, editors, gamblers, prostitutes, merchants, preachers, politicians, con men, drunks, dreamers, and men who had somehow managed to become all of these things before breakfast. Samuel Clemens found the atmosphere irresistible. He tried mining. It did not make him rich. He worked at various jobs. He struggled. He failed. He borrowed money. He wrote. And slowly, almost without noticing, he began turning his attention toward newspapers. This was a crucial moment, because the American West was developing an enormous appetite for journalism. Newspapers were not merely sources of information. They were entertainment. They were political weapons. They were rumor mills. They were places where reputations could be created or destroyed. And in Virginia City, newspapers were particularly lively. Samuel began writing for the Territorial Enterprise. At first, he was simply another young newspaperman. He did not yet possess the polished confidence of the famous Mark Twain. His prose was developing. His humor was developing. His sense of timing was developing. And perhaps most importantly, he was learning that a newspaper column could become a stage. You did not need an audience sitting in front of you. You could make people laugh through paper. You could exaggerate. You could imitate. You could describe absurd characters. You could criticize politicians. You could invent ridiculous situations. And if you did it well enough, people would look for your name. Samuel discovered that he was good at this. Very good. His writing had a quality that was becoming increasingly recognizable. It sounded conversational. It did not always sound polished. It sounded alive. It sounded like somebody sitting beside you telling you what had happened, except that the story was probably slightly exaggerated, sometimes enormously exaggerated. And that was the point. He had learned from the Mississippi that people were fascinating. Now he was learning that people were also funny, especially when they took themselves seriously, and perhaps especially when they were convinced that they were behaving sensibly. Samuel's humor often worked by allowing people to expose their own foolishness. He did not necessarily need to tell the audience that someone was ridiculous. He simply described what the person did. The audience could figure it out. This was one of his greatest talents. He understood that comedy often becomes stronger when the storyteller sounds completely serious. The absurdity is allowed to speak for itself. The young journalist was also learning something else. Fame could arrive suddenly. A writer might spend months being ignored and then produce one piece that everyone discussed. That happened to Samuel with a story that would eventually become famous. The celebrated Jumping Frog of Calaveras County. It was published in 1865. The story was humorous, regional, and built around the kind of exaggerated storytelling that Twain had absorbed from frontier culture. A frog. A betting man. An absurd competition. A storyteller who takes the whole affair far more seriously than it deserves. It was exactly the sort of thing that could travel, and it did. The story became widely known. Suddenly, Samuel Clemens was becoming more than a local newspaper writer. People outside Nevada were reading him. Editors were paying attention, and the name associated with this rising humorist was beginning to change. He had started using the name Mark Twain. The old river phrase had found a new life. It was an elegant accident. A technical expression from the Mississippi had become the signature of a writer whose career would eventually take him far beyond the river. The name suited him. It sounded adventurous. It sounded mysterious. It sounded as though it belonged to someone who had traveled, and it carried the river inside it. Every time he signed it, he was carrying a little piece of his earlier life forward. Samuel Clemens had become Mark Twain, though the man himself remained complicated beneath the name. He was ambitious. He could be vain. He could be generous. He could be insecure. He loved praise. He sometimes worried excessively about money. He could be stubborn. He could be affectionate. He could be cruel in his judgments. He could be deeply compassionate. And he could contradict himself with remarkable consistency, which, of course, made him an excellent observer of humanity. The public would eventually imagine Mark Twain as a confident old humorist who always knew exactly what he was doing. The reality was much more uncertain. He was often improvising. He made mistakes. He made financial decisions that would later haunt him. He sometimes chased projects simply because they sounded exciting. He could become fascinated with technology and new inventions. He could be wildly optimistic about a business venture. And then, with the calm inevitability of gravity, the venture could collapse. But that was still in the future. For now, things were going well. His writing career was beginning. He was becoming known. and the West had given him something he could never have received from a classroom. A cast of characters. The American frontier was full of people who seemed almost invented. A man might claim to have fought in 5 wars. Another might swear that he had once shaken hands with Abraham Lincoln. A third might insist that he had discovered a gold mine. A fourth might explain why he was certain the government was hiding something. And somewhere nearby, a fifth man would be listening carefully, preparing to write the story down. Mark Twain understood the frontier's relationship with truth. Truth was flexible. Truth was negotiable. Truth could be improved. A story did not have to be literally true to reveal something true about people. That distinction would become central to his writing. The American frontier also exposed him to violence and prejudice. The West was not simply a playground of colorful characters. It was a place of conflict. Native peoples were being pushed from their lands. Settlers and governments fought over territory. Racial violence was common. The legal system could be weak, corrupt, or simply absent. The mythology of the West would later become romantic. But Twain had seen enough of the real thing to understand that frontier life could be brutal. He also saw the hunger for wealth. Silver and gold transformed everything. A rumor could move people. A promising mine could create a town. A failed mine could destroy a man's savings. People speculated constantly. The entire culture seemed to be built around the idea that tomorrow could make you rich. It was a dangerous idea. It was also an extremely American one. Mark Twain would spend much of his life fascinated by American optimism. He admired it. He mocked it. He depended on it. And occasionally, he suffered because of it. The young writer was now gaining enough attention to travel. Journalism opened doors. He was no longer simply a local newspaper employee. He was becoming a public figure. In 1867, he traveled to Europe and the Middle East aboard the steamship Quaker City. The journey would produce another major turning point. Twain was traveling as a correspondent. The world beyond America was still relatively distant for most Americans. Europe had historical associations that seemed almost impossibly old. Ancient cities, cathedrals, ruins, museums, monuments, places whose names appeared in schoolbooks. For Twain, however, traveling abroad did not mean becoming solemn. Quite the opposite. He observed tourists. He observed guides. He observed Americans. He observed Europeans. And he noticed that human beings remained remarkably similar wherever they went. People still worried about money. They still complained about food. They still misunderstood one another. They still tried to impress strangers. They still argued. They still exaggerated. They still got lost. Civilization had changed the clothing. It had not changed the human animal very much. His travel writing became immensely popular. It was eventually published as The Innocents Abroad. The book was funny. It was irreverent. It challenged the reverence with which many Americans viewed Europe. Twain refused to assume that everything old was automatically superior. He did not stand in front of ancient monuments and become speechless with awe simply because they were ancient. Sometimes he was impressed. Sometimes he was bored. Sometimes he was amused. And sometimes he seemed to wonder why everyone was pretending to be impressed. This was one of the qualities that made his writing so accessible. He did not write like a tour guide. He wrote like a skeptical traveler. A traveler who had enough curiosity to look carefully and enough confidence to say, "Really?" That voice would become one of the defining features of American literature. By the time The Innocents Abroad became a major success, Mark Twain was no longer an obscure newspaper man. He had become famous. And fame changed his life. He entered literary circles. He met important people. He began earning serious money. And he became increasingly interested in the possibilities of being a professional author. But there was another important development waiting for him. A woman named Olivia Langdon. Twain met her through her brother, Charles. Olivia came from a wealthy and socially prominent family in Elmira, New York. Her father, Jervis Langdon, was a successful businessman. Olivia was intelligent, religious, cultured, and initially somewhat cautious about the irreverent young writer who had become fascinated with her. Twain fell in love with her. The courtship was not effortless. There were disagreements. There were misunderstandings. There were letters. Many letters. And gradually, Olivia came to see something beneath the humorist's public personality. The relationship became serious. In 1870, Samuel Clemens and Olivia Langdon were married. He was 34. She was 24. Marriage gave Twain something he had not possessed before: a home, a family, a degree of stability, and, perhaps surprisingly, a relationship in which he could reveal the less confident parts of himself. Olivia became deeply important to his life and work. She was not merely the wife standing somewhere behind the famous author. She was his intellectual companion, editor, critic, and emotional anchor. Twain often depended on her judgment. She read his work. She advised him. She sometimes softened his language. Sometimes she challenged him. And occasionally, as married couples have done since people began getting married, she probably wondered why the man who could write thousands of words about civilization could not remember some basic household detail. The newly married couple settled into domestic life. Their children would come. Their home would become a center of literary activity. Twain's career would rise, and the next stage of his life would bring him to the height of his literary fame. But fame has its own peculiar danger. Once people begin calling you a genius, you may start believing them. Twain was ambitious enough to enjoy celebrity. He gave lectures. He published books. He traveled. He met presidents and industrialists. He became one of the most recognizable writers in America. Yet beneath the public success was a man who remained deeply restless. He wanted to write something greater, something lasting, something that would not simply make people laugh for an evening. He wanted to capture America, not the official America, not the patriotic speeches, not the polished version found in newspapers. He wanted the messy America, the Mississippi, the small towns, the children, the criminals, the dreamers, the liars, the poor, the wealthy, the enslaved, the newly freed, the people who believed in progress, the people who had been crushed by it. He wanted to write about childhood and race and freedom and deception. And eventually, he would create two characters who would become almost impossible to separate from American literature. One was a boy named Tom Sawyer. The other was a boy named Huck Finn. But before Huck appeared, Twain needed to return to the landscape that had shaped him: the Mississippi. In the late 1870s, Twain began working seriously on a novel about a boy growing up along the river. The result would be The Adventures of Tom Sawyer. Published in 1876, it was partly nostalgic. It looked backward toward childhood, toward Hannibal, toward the river, toward the games and fears and petty dramas of boys. Tom Sawyer was mischievous. He was imaginative. He was clever. He was vain. He was frightened. He wanted glory. He wanted adventure. He wanted everyone to think he was brave. In other words, he was a child. And Twain understood childhood unusually well. Adults often remember childhood incorrectly. They remember it as simpler, more innocent, more magical. But childhood can be frightening. The world is enormous. Adults are powerful. Punishments feel enormous. Embarrassments feel permanent. A dark room can seem infinite. A dead cat can feel like a tragedy. A schoolyard argument can feel like the end of civilization. Twain understood this. He also understood the strange intensity of childhood imagination. A stick can become a sword. A cave can become an underworld. A river can become an ocean. A fence can become an impossible obstacle. And whitewashing a fence can somehow become a business opportunity. Tom Sawyer was successful, but Twain was not finished. He had another story in mind, and this one would be darker, much darker. The boy at the center would not be a respectable middle-class child dreaming of adventure. He would be Huck Finn. Huckleberry Finn had appeared briefly in Tom Sawyer, but Twain understood that Huck could carry something much larger. Huck was poor, uneducated, suspicious of authority, and, most importantly, Huck was capable of seeing the world without fully accepting the rules adults had given him. This made him extraordinarily useful as a narrator, because Huck could describe a deeply unjust society without always understanding its intellectual vocabulary. He simply encountered the contradictions. He saw people who called themselves Christian behave cruelly, He saw respectable citizens do terrible things. He saw slavery treated as normal. He saw a black man named Jim as a human being. And slowly, almost despite himself, Huck began making moral choices that contradicted the society around him. That was revolutionary. Not because Twain gave Huck a sophisticated political speech. He did not. Instead, Twain allowed a child to confront the moral logic of his world and discover that the logic was rotten. The Mississippi River would once again become central. Huck and Jim would travel down the river on a raft. At first glance, the story would seem almost peaceful. Water, moonlight, mist, stars, the slow movement of the raft, the sound of the river. But beneath that calm surface was danger, slavery, violence, fear, deception, the possibility of capture, the possibility of death, and the question of whether Huck could trust his own conscience. Twain was drawing upon the landscape of his childhood, but he was no longer simply remembering. He was judging. The America of his youth had contained slavery. He had grown up around it. As a child, he had seen enslaved people. He had heard the language of the system. He had watched people treat human beings as property. Now, decades later, he could look backward with greater understanding, and he could write about it. The result would eventually become one of the most important American novels ever written. But its journey to publication was not simple. Adventures of Huckleberry Finn took years. Twain started it, abandoned it, returned to it, changed it, and wrestled with its ending. That, too, was characteristic of him. He could begin with enormous enthusiasm, then lose interest, then become fascinated by something else, then return years later. His mind was always moving. His interests multiplied. Technology fascinated him. Science fascinated him. Travel fascinated him. Politics fascinated him. Human stupidity fascinated him. Money fascinated him. And money, unfortunately, would become one of the great sources of trouble in his life. Twain was earning substantial amounts, but he also spent heavily. He enjoyed a comfortable lifestyle. He built a remarkable house in Hartford, Connecticut. The house was elaborate, Victorian, almost theatrical. It had towers, ornate decoration, large windows, and enough personality to suggest that its owner had absolutely no interest in living quietly. The Clemens family moved into the house in 1874. For a time, it was a happy place. There were children. There were books. There were guests. There were writers. There were conversations. There was laughter. Twain wrote there. Olivia lived there. Their children grew there. It became one of the great literary homes of 19th century America. And yet, behind the laughter, the family was vulnerable. Children became sick. Illness was common. Medical knowledge was limited. Death was never very far away. Twain would eventually experience losses that would change the emotional texture of his writing. His humor would remain, but it would increasingly sit beside grief. This is one of the reasons the older Mark Twain can feel so different from the young humorist. The early Twain laughs at human foolishness. The later Twain sometimes laughs because the alternative is unbearable. There is a difference. And perhaps that difference comes with age. When you are young, the world seems ridiculous. When you are older, you begin to notice how much suffering exists beneath the ridiculousness. Twain noticed. He did not become gentler. In some ways, he became harsher. But the harshness came from disappointment. He had believed in progress. He had believed in American possibility. He had believed, at least to some degree, that civilization was moving forward. Then he watched greed, war, racism, imperialism, political corruption, religious hypocrisy, financial speculation, and human beings repeatedly inventing new ways to behave badly. The humor became darker. The jokes remained. But the smiles sometimes disappeared behind them. For now, though, the Clemens household in Hartford still had many years ahead. Twain was becoming one of America's most famous authors. The Prince and the Pauper appeared. Life on the Mississippi followed. Adventures of Huckleberry Finn was published in 1885. The books were selling. The lectures continued. The public loved him. His appearance became part of his identity. White suit, white hair, heavy eyebrows, mustache, cigar. The face of a man who looked permanently prepared to make an observation about the absurdity of existence. But the famous image hides the complicated human being. Samuel Clemens was increasingly aware that fame did not guarantee happiness. He had achieved something extraordinary. The printer's apprentice from Hannibal had become internationally famous. A river pilot had become a literary celebrity. A newspaper humorist had become one of America's most important writers. And yet the future was beginning to darken. Financial risks were accumulating. Business ventures were becoming increasingly dangerous. The family would experience illness. Deaths would come. And Twain himself would gradually move toward a period of enormous personal and financial crisis. The funny man was about to discover that life did not care whether you were funny. It could still take things away. It could still send bills. It could still produce disappointment. It could still leave you awake at 3 in the morning, staring into darkness, wondering how everything had become so complicated. Perhaps that is why his later writing can feel so strangely modern. Because beneath the 19th century clothing, the steamships, the telegrams, the horse-drawn carriages, and the elaborate houses, the emotional problems are familiar. Ambition, debt, marriage, parenthood, fear, regret, the desire to be remembered, the fear of being forgotten, the suspicion that perhaps you have wasted your time, the realization that some things cannot be repaired. Mark Twain knew all of these feelings, and he wrote about them. Not always directly. Sometimes he hid them inside jokes, sometimes inside characters, sometimes inside stories that appeared to be adventures, and sometimes inside sentences so simple that they seemed almost casual. The great humorist was becoming an old man, but the story was far from finished. In fact, some of the most painful chapters were still ahead. And so, as the night deepens, we can leave Twain for a moment inside his Hartford home. The lamps are low. The papers are scattered across a desk. A cigar burns slowly. Outside, the Connecticut night is quiet. Inside, a famous man is writing. Perhaps he is laughing. Perhaps he is worrying. Perhaps he is thinking about the Mississippi. Perhaps he is remembering the boy he once was. A boy standing beside the water, watching steamboats pass, not knowing where they were going, not knowing that he would someday become Mark Twain. And perhaps that is the strange thing about every life. The person we eventually become is always hiding somewhere inside the person we once were. The boy beside the river never really disappeared. He simply kept traveling. From Hannibal to Virginia City. From newspapers to lecture halls. From steamboats to books. From Samuel Clemens to Mark Twain. And from laughter toward something quieter. Something darker. Something that waited patiently at the far end of the century. But tonight, the river continues moving. Slowly. Without hurry. The same water that once carried the young pilot is still part of the continent. The boats have changed. The towns have changed. The country has changed. The boy is gone. The writer is aging. And yet the river remains, dark beneath the stars, carrying everything downstream, as it always has, and as it always will. The river, Huck Finn, and the American conscience. There is something comforting about a river when you are trying to understand a complicated life. A river does not explain itself. It simply moves. It carries old things away while bringing new things toward you. It remembers nothing, at least not in the human sense, and yet it passes through landscapes filled with memories. For Mark Twain, the Mississippi was never merely a geographical feature. It was almost a character. It had moods. It had dangers. It had humor. It had secrets. And by the time Twain began writing Adventures of Huckleberry Finn, the river had become something more than the setting of his childhood. It had become a way of thinking. The river represented movement, escape, possibility, freedom, but also uncertainty, because a person can drift downstream without knowing where the current will eventually take them. And that was becoming an increasingly accurate description of Twain's own life. By the 1880s, Samuel Clemens had achieved what most writers could only dream about. He was famous. His books sold. Audiences recognized him. Newspapers reported on him. People wanted to hear him speak. His distinctive white hair and mustache were becoming part of the public image. He was no longer simply an author. He was Mark Twain. A personality. A celebrity. A brand. Although nobody in the 19th century would have used that particular word in quite the way we do now. He had become something people purchased as much as they purchased his books. They bought the stories. They bought the lectures. They bought the image. They bought the voice. And Twain understood publicity very well. He knew how to perform himself. He knew how to tell a story. He knew how to pause. He knew how to let a sentence hang in the air just long enough for an audience to anticipate the joke. He had learned from the theater of life. The Mississippi had taught him timing. Newspapers had taught him brevity. Lecturing taught him performance. And now literature gave him a place to combine all three. But Huckleberry Finn was different from the lighter works that had made him famous. It was funny, certainly. Sometimes very funny. But beneath the humor was a moral problem. A boy was traveling down a river with an escaped, enslaved man. The boy had been taught that helping Jim was wrong. The laws of the society around him said it was wrong. The religion of many people around him had been twisted to justify it. The respectable citizens of the world Huck knew considered slavery part of normal life. And Huck had to decide what to do. This was not merely an adventure. It was an examination of conscience. And Twain chose an unusual narrator. Huck was not a philosopher. He was not educated. He was not an abolitionist intellectual. He was a boy. That mattered. Because Huck's moral awakening happens almost by accident. He doesn't sit down and develop a sophisticated political theory. He simply spends enough time with Jim to recognize him as a human being. They talk. They eat together. They sleep near one another. They worry about one another. They depend on one another. The abstract category begins to collapse. Slave becomes Jim, and Jim becomes a person. This was one of Twain's most powerful insights. The distance between cruelty and compassion is often maintained by abstraction. It is easier to hurt a category than a person. But once the category has a face, a voice, a laugh, a fear, a memory, and a name, things become more difficult. Huck does not understand all of this intellectually, but he feels it. And the Mississippi gives him time to feel it. That is important. The raft moves slowly. There are stretches of calm. There are long nights. There is darkness. There is fog. There are stars. The world becomes quiet. On land, people are constantly telling Huck what he should believe. On the river, there is a different kind of space. A strange freedom. A place where the rules seem temporarily distant. The river becomes a refuge. But it is never completely safe. There are storms. Steamboats. Strangers. Robbers. Frauds. People looking for Jim. People looking for money. People looking for opportunities to exploit somebody else. The river carries danger along with freedom. And that contradiction is one of the central ideas of Twain's work. Freedom is not necessarily comfortable. Sometimes freedom is frightening because it removes the instructions. When Huck is on the raft, nobody tells him exactly what to do. He has to decide. And deciding is terrifying, especially when you have been raised to believe that your conscience itself is wrong. One of the most famous moral moments in the novel comes when Huck believes that he has committed a terrible sin by helping Jim. He thinks about returning Jim. He thinks about the rules he has been taught. He thinks about religion. He thinks about what respectable people would say. And then he decides to help his friend anyway. It is not presented as a triumphant philosophical revolution. It is almost embarrassingly simple. Huck chooses Jim. And in doing so, a child exposes the moral failure of the society around him. That was dangerous writing. And Twain knew it. He understood that humor could get an idea past the defenses of the audience. People might laugh at Huck. They might laugh at the absurd people he meets. They might enjoy the river adventure. And then, quietly, they might realize what they had been reading. The society being described was not imaginary. It was America. A country that had fought a devastating civil war partly over slavery. A country that had formally abolished slavery. But a country that had not magically erased racism. Twain knew this. The end of slavery had not ended racial injustice. It had not erased prejudice. It had not transformed human beings overnight. The old system had collapsed, but its consequences remained. And Twain, increasingly cynical about American society, would return to questions of race throughout his later life. His own relationship with the issue was complicated. He had grown up in a slaveholding society. He had witnessed slavery as a child. He had absorbed some of the prejudices of his time. He also changed. His later writings could be fiercely critical of racism and imperialism. Like many human beings, he was not born with a complete moral understanding of the world. He developed. He learned. He sometimes contradicted himself. That is worth remembering. Historical figures are often turned into statues. Statues do not change their minds. People do. Twain did. And sometimes the contradictions in his thinking are more interesting than a perfectly clean, heroic biography would be. Because the real Mark Twain was not a marble monument. He was a man. A man capable of compassion and prejudice, generosity and selfishness, courage and insecurity, brilliant insights and terrible decisions. And this became increasingly obvious as his career moved forward. The publication of Huckleberry Finn brought enormous attention, but not all of it was positive. The book was controversial almost immediately. Some libraries and institutions objected to its language. Others disliked its irreverence. Some readers thought it was vulgar. Some thought it was immoral. Others thought it was simply unsuitable for children. And then there was the question that would become a permanent part of the book's history. What exactly was Twain doing with racial language? The debate would continue for generations. And it still does. The book contains language that is deeply offensive today. It reflects the language of its historical setting. But Twain's use of that language is not simple endorsement. Often the ugliness of the word is part of the ugliness of the world he is portraying. The moral question is not simply what words appear on the page. It is what the story is doing with them. And Twain's story is fundamentally concerned with the humanity of Jim and the moral blindness of the society around him. Still, literature does not exist in a vacuum. Readers bring their own experiences. Language changes. Social standards change. The meanings of words change. And books sometimes become battlegrounds over memory. Huckleberry Finn would become one of those books. It would also become one of the most important novels in American literature. Ernest Hemingway later praised it as foundational to American writing. That is quite a legacy for a story that began with a boy, a raft, and a river. But while Twain's literary reputation was growing, his personal life was becoming increasingly complicated. He and Olivia had children. Their first daughter, Susie, was born in 1872. Clara followed in 1874. Jean was born in 1880. Their son Langdon had died as an infant in 1872. The loss was devastating. It introduced grief into the household at a level that success could not erase. Twain could make thousands of people laugh. He could fill lecture halls. He could write books that sold around the world. But he could not negotiate with death. This was one of the great humiliations of human existence. Money could not stop it. Fame could not stop it. Education could not stop it. Humor could not stop it. The dead remained dead. And the living continued. Twain continued working. Perhaps work was one way of surviving grief. The Hartford home became a place of intense activity. There were writers, editors, friends, visitors, children, papers, books, telegrams, letters, and Twain's constant appetite for new ideas. He became fascinated by technology. This might seem surprising to people who think of him primarily as a 19th century literary figure. But Twain loved invention. He invested in new technologies. He became interested in machines. He admired inventors. He believed that modern technology could transform the future. The 19th century itself encouraged this optimism. The world was changing rapidly. Railroads connected distant regions. Telegraph wires transmitted messages across huge distances. Photography was developing. Steam power was transforming industry. Electricity was beginning to change cities. Factories were expanding. The modern world was emerging. Twain watched all of this with fascination. He could be enthusiastic about technological progress while simultaneously being deeply suspicious of human progress. That contradiction became increasingly important. A machine could be improved. A human being was more difficult. You could redesign an engine. You could not easily redesign greed. You could build a faster train. You could not necessarily make people kinder. You could invent a new communication system. You could not guarantee that people would use it wisely. Twain understood the irony, and sometimes he found it hilarious, sometimes horrifying, sometimes both. His interest in invention eventually became financially dangerous. One of the great examples was the page typesetting machine. Twain became deeply invested in the project. The idea was exciting. A machine could potentially revolutionize printing. For a writer and publisher, this seemed like an extraordinary opportunity. Twain invested heavily, very heavily. He poured money into it. He believed in it. And he watched as the project consumed more and more capital. The machine was technically impressive. It was also unreliable and expensive. Eventually, the project collapsed. Twain lost enormous amounts of money. This was not a small financial mistake. It was catastrophic. He had earned substantial wealth from writing. Now much of it was disappearing. The irony was almost too perfect. The humorist who had made a career from exposing human foolishness had invested a fortune in a machine that would fail to make him rich. Because of course it did. Twain's financial problems became serious enough that bankruptcy became a real possibility. He had to rethink his life. His reputation was still strong. His books still sold. But his personal finances were in trouble. He could have declared bankruptcy and walked away from his debts. Instead, he chose another path. He decided to pay them. All of them. This decision would lead him into one of the most exhausting periods of his life. He began lecturing again, traveling, speaking, performing. He went around the world. He gave public lectures. He worked relentlessly. It was not glamorous. Imagine the famous Mark Twain traveling from city to city, often exhausted, stepping onto stages in front of strangers, delivering the same material again and again. The audience laughs. He smiles. The evening ends. Then there is another train, another hotel, another room, another morning, another lecture, and another. The public saw the humorist. They did not necessarily see the exhaustion, but Twain knew exactly what he was doing. He was working to restore his financial independence. The journey became an extraordinary global tour. He visited countries far from the Mississippi, India, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, and many parts of Europe. He saw the world. But travel did not simply broaden his perspective. It also strengthened his skepticism. He saw how European imperial powers behaved. He saw colonial systems. He saw racial hierarchies. He saw the confidence with which powerful nations justified domination. And increasingly, Twain became an outspoken critic of imperialism. This was another evolution. The young Twain had been shaped by the frontier. The older Twain had become suspicious of the stories nations told about themselves. Governments said they were bringing civilization. They said they were bringing progress. They said they were improving the lives of the people they conquered. Twain began asking a simple question: who benefits? The answer was often uncomfortable. He became involved with anti-imperialist causes. He criticized American expansion into the Philippines. He objected to the idea that powerful nations had a moral right to dominate weaker peoples. His humor became a weapon. He could make imperialism look absurd. And absurdity was one of his favorite weapons. If a powerful government claimed to be acting out of noble motives, Twain could simply describe what happened on the ground. The contradiction often spoke for itself. This was the mature Twain, not simply the funny man, the satirist, the skeptic, the disappointed idealist, a man who still loved America but had become deeply suspicious of American self-congratulation. He had seen too much, and he had lived too long to believe simple stories. Yet there was still another side to him. He loved family. He loved children. He loved conversation. He enjoyed performance. He enjoyed being admired. He could be playful. The famous cynical Twain was never the entire man. That is perhaps the hardest thing to capture in a documentary. People are rarely one thing. The same person can spend the afternoon making jokes and the evening worrying about a sick child. They can condemn greed and still want money. They can criticize fame and enjoy being famous. They can be generous and selfish in the same week. Mark Twain contained all of these contradictions, and they became part of his literary power. He understood that people are inconsistent because he was inconsistent too. He knew that human beings often fail to behave according to their own ideals. And perhaps that is why his characters feel so alive. They are not moral diagrams. They are messy. They lie. They panic. They boast. They love. They regret. They make mistakes. They try again. Sometimes they make things worse. Sometimes they accidentally do the right thing, just like real people. By the late 19th century, Twain had become one of the most recognizable writers in the world. But the century itself was ending. The America he had known as a child was almost unrecognizable. The frontier was changing. Industrial cities were expanding. Railroads crossed the continent. Immigration transformed American cities. Corporate wealth grew enormous. Factories filled the landscape. New technologies appeared. The world was becoming faster. Twain, who had once been a young man fascinated by the future, was now an older man watching the future arrive. And he was not always impressed. Progress, he realized, could be terrifying. The modern world could produce more wealth, but it could also produce more inequality. It could communicate faster, but it could also spread lies faster. It could build bigger machines, but those machines could increase the scale of destruction. Civilization was becoming powerful. Whether it was becoming wise remained uncertain. Twain increasingly doubted it. His writing grew darker. He wrote stories that questioned history. He imagined alternative societies. He explored the absurdity of politics. He mocked religion. He attacked hypocrisy. He became increasingly fascinated by the possibility that human beings might not be as rational or moral as they imagined. And then there was death. Death was becoming a more constant presence in his personal life. His daughter Susie died in 1896. She was only 24. For Twain, the loss was devastating. Susie had been intelligent, sensitive, and deeply connected to her father. Her death broke something inside him. The man who had spent decades making the world laugh could not turn this grief into a joke. He could write about it. He could remember her. But he could not undo it. Years later, another daughter would die. Then his beloved wife, Olivia. The family that had once filled the Hartford home with noise would gradually disappear. The rooms would become quieter. The laughter would become memory. And the famous Mark Twain would become an old man carrying an enormous collection of ghosts. But before we reach those final years, there is still much to see. Because Twain's greatest achievements were not confined to his youth. His final decades produced some of his most uncompromising thoughts. The humor remained. The skepticism deepened. And the old river pilot continued to look at humanity as though he were standing on the deck of a steamboat, watching a strange and unpredictable current. The river had taught him something when he was young. You cannot control everything. You can learn the channel. You can understand the currents. You can avoid certain dangers. But the river remains larger than you. And life, Twain discovered, was much the same. You can work. You can plan. You can become famous. You can earn money. You can build a beautiful home. You can write books that outlive you. And still, eventually, the current carries you somewhere you did not expect. The important thing, perhaps, is what you notice along the way. Twain noticed everything. The smell of the river. The sound of engines. The absurdity of politicians. The sadness of children. The cruelty of adults. The vanity of nations. The loneliness of old age. The ridiculousness of money. The strange persistence of hope. And the fact that, despite everything, people keep telling stories. Maybe that is why Mark Twain remains with us. Not because he had all the answers. He didn't. Not because he was always right. He wasn't. And certainly not because he lived a simple life. He lived almost the opposite. He simply had an extraordinary ability to look at ordinary human beings and recognize something of himself in them. The fool. The dreamer. The coward. the liar, the child, the father, the traveler, the believer, the skeptic, the person who wants to do good and occasionally does something terribly stupid instead. In other words, us. And so tonight, as we move deeper into Twain's story, imagine the Mississippi again. The river is dark. The moon is low. A steamboat moves somewhere in the distance. Its lights tremble against the water. There is no hurry. The river does not hurry. It simply continues. And somewhere in the darkness, the voice of an old storyteller is still speaking. Not loudly. Not urgently. Just enough to remind us that history is not made only by kings and presidents. Sometimes it is made by a boy watching a steamboat. Sometimes by a printer's apprentice setting type. Sometimes by a river pilot memorizing the bends of the Mississippi. And sometimes by a tired old man sitting at a desk, wondering what on earth humanity is doing with itself. Mark Twain had spent his life watching the river. Eventually, he would realize that the river was watching him too, and it had been carrying him toward the end all along. Slowly. Quietly. One bend at a time. The man who went broke while trying to invent the future. By the final decades of the 19th century, Mark Twain had become something rather unusual. He was rich enough to be famous enough to be recognized almost everywhere, and intelligent enough to understand that both conditions could disappear rather quickly. He had learned this last lesson the expensive way. The failure of the page typesetting machine had consumed a fortune. For years, Twain had poured money into the invention because he believed it could transform the printing industry. The machine was complicated, ingenious, and apparently determined to turn its inventor's optimism into an extremely expensive hobby. Twain had invested roughly $300,000 in the project, an enormous sum for the time. The machine never became the commercial success he hoped for. His fortune disappeared. And now the famous humorist faced a problem that was not particularly funny. Debt. Real debt. The kind of debt that does not care whether you've written a best-selling novel. The kind that arrives every morning anyway. Twain could have simply declared bankruptcy. Legally, he could have separated himself from the obligations. But he disliked the idea. He had made the decisions. He had borrowed the money. He had invested. And therefore, in his mind, he had to pay. So the man who had spent years writing books in comfortable surroundings now went back onto the road. He began another lecture tour. And another. And another. The world had changed since his first years as a traveling lecturer. There were better railroads. Faster ships. More comfortable hotels. Telegraph communication. Modern cities. But travel was still exhausting. Imagine the routine. A train pulls into the station. Twain boards. He finds his compartment. Perhaps he reads. Perhaps he writes. Perhaps he stares out the window. The landscape slides past. Fields. Factories. Small towns. Large cities. Snow. Rain. Darkness. Then a hotel. Then another lecture hall. Another crowd. Another introduction. Another room full of people waiting for the famous white-haired humorist. And Twain performs. He tells stories. He pauses. The audience laughs. He tells another. More laughter. He smiles. The applause comes. Then the evening ends. The crowd goes home. And the famous man goes back to his hotel room. Tomorrow, he does it again. There is something melancholy about celebrity when viewed from the inside. The audience experiences the performance as an event. The performer experiences it as Tuesday. Twain had to turn himself into a kind of traveling machine. And for a while, he succeeded. He toured internationally. He crossed oceans. He visited Australia, New Zealand, India, South Africa, and Europe. He became one of the most widely traveled American writers of his generation. Travel also gave him something he had always valued: observation. He watched people. He watched governments. He watched customs. He watched tourists. He watched the powerful. And he watched the powerless. The world looked very different from the perspective of an American celebrity traveling through the age of empire. European powers controlled enormous territories. Britain's empire stretched across continents. France ruled colonies in Africa and Asia. Other European states competed for territory, and America itself was beginning to imagine a more expansive international role. The language used to justify empire was often remarkably confident. Civilization. Progress. Christianity. Modernization. Order. These were respectable words. But Twain had become suspicious of respectable words. He wanted to know what happened after the speech ended. What happened to the people being civilized? Who controlled the land? Who received the profits? Who carried the weapons? Who was allowed to object? The more Twain traveled, the more skeptical he became of imperial rhetoric. He eventually became an outspoken anti-imperialist. He opposed the American annexation of the Philippines and criticized American conduct during the Philippine-American War. His position was not simply a passing political opinion. It grew from a broader moral suspicion. Twain increasingly believed that powerful nations were very good at convincing themselves that their actions were virtuous. They could conquer territory while calling it liberation. They could exploit resources while calling it development. They could kill people while calling it civilization. And Twain had become almost allergic to that kind of hypocrisy. He had spent his entire literary career exposing the gap between what people said and what they did. Now he was applying the same method to nations. And nations, as it turned out, were just as ridiculous as individuals. Perhaps even more so. Because individuals rarely have battleships. Twain's criticism of imperialism became sharper as he aged. His famous satirical writing on the subject was often brutal. But it was not simply anger. There was disappointment underneath it. Twain had once believed deeply in the possibilities of America. He had grown up in a young republic. He had witnessed the Civil War. He had watched slavery end. He had seen technological transformation. He had traveled around the world. He had watched the modern age arrive. And yet he still saw cruelty everywhere. Sometimes it seemed that progress simply gave human beings more powerful tools with which to make the same old mistakes. A stone weapon could kill one person. A rifle could kill more. A machine gun could kill many. An industrial army could kill thousands. Technology had advanced. Human wisdom had not necessarily kept pace. Twain found this deeply troubling, and increasingly, his writing reflected it. The old humorist was becoming a moral satirist. But even as his public views sharpened, his private life was becoming more fragile. His daughters were growing older. His family moved through the stages of ordinary life. There were celebrations. There were illnesses. There were disappointments. There were periods of happiness. And there were losses. The Clemens family had never been immune to tragedy. Their son Langdon had died as an infant. Later, the family would suffer further deaths. For Twain, these losses accumulated. He was a man who had always been capable of turning experience into stories. But grief was different. Some experiences refused to become entertaining. Some memories remained too painful. The death of his daughter Susie in 1896 was one of those experiences. Susie was 24. She had grown up surrounded by literature, travel, and famous people. She was intelligent and imaginative. She also struggled emotionally. Her death devastated her parents. Twain was away from home when he received the news. The world suddenly became smaller. All the books, all the money, all the fame, all the lectures, all the jokes. None of them could change what had happened. He returned to his family, and the grief stayed. It would remain with him for the rest of his life. This is one of the moments when the public image of Mark Twain becomes difficult to maintain. The white suit, the cigar, the mischievous eyes, the jokes, the famous voice. Behind it all was a father who had buried a child. The world continued to laugh at his books. He continued to write. But he was no longer simply the carefree humorist of the 1870s. Age was changing him. And perhaps grief was making his humor more complicated. There is a difference between laughing because the world is ridiculous and laughing because the world is unbearable. Twain increasingly seemed to do both. He could still write a joke that made an audience laugh. But behind the joke there might be anger, or sadness, or exhaustion. His later writings became increasingly pessimistic about human nature. He questioned whether civilization was really improving people. He questioned whether religion necessarily produced goodness. He questioned political institutions. He questioned war. He questioned nationalism. He questioned the assumption that humanity was steadily progressing towards something better. And sometimes he questioned humanity itself. This did not mean Twain became incapable of affection. Quite the opposite. His criticism was often intense precisely because he cared. He was disappointed in human beings because he believed they could do better. A completely indifferent man would not spend so much energy attacking hypocrisy. Twain cared. That is why he complained. That is why he satirized. That is why he kept writing. The writer who had once amused America was becoming one of its most uncomfortable voices. He had discovered that humor could be more than entertainment. It could be a form of resistance, a way of refusing to accept official explanations, a way of making powerful people look ridiculous. And ridicule can be dangerous. A politician can survive criticism, sometimes. But being laughed at is harder. Twain understood that. He knew that a powerful person could give a speech explaining why something was necessary. But a satirist could describe the same event in a way that made the explanation sound absurd. And suddenly the authority disappeared. The emperor was wearing very little clothing indeed. Twain also became increasingly interested in history. Not the heroic history found in patriotic textbooks. He was interested in ordinary people. He was interested in what happened when ideals collided with reality. His historical imagination became particularly visible in works such as A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court. The premise was wonderfully strange. A modern American finds himself transported backward into the age of King Arthur. It sounds like an adventure story, but Twain used the premise to explore politics, technology, religion, class, and power. The modern man assumes that his technological knowledge will make him superior. And perhaps it does. For a while. But the novel gradually becomes darker. Technology can improve life. It can also increase destruction. A society that possesses superior weapons does not automatically become morally superior. Twain had learned this from the modern world around him. The 19th century had produced remarkable inventions. It had also produced industrial warfare and imperial violence. Again, progress contained its opposite. The machine that could print books faster could also print propaganda faster. The railroad that connected people could also move armies. The telegraph that spread information could spread panic. Industrial technology could produce comfort for some and exploitation for others. Twain saw the pattern. He could not stop looking at it. Meanwhile, his own financial situation was improving. His lecture tours helped him repay his debts. With the assistance of businessman Henry Huddleston Rogers, Twain organized his finances and eventually repaid his creditors. He did not have to legally clear the debts through bankruptcy. He paid them. This became an important part of his later reputation. The man who had made spectacular financial mistakes at least accepted responsibility for them. There was irony in the whole episode. Twain had spent years mocking human foolishness. Then he made some very expensive foolish decisions himself. But perhaps that was part of the lesson. It is easy to identify stupidity in other people. Much harder to recognize it in yourself. Twain knew this. His self-awareness was one of his strengths. He could laugh at himself. Not always immediately. Not always comfortably. But eventually. And there was another strange quality to his personality. Despite becoming one of the most famous writers in the world, he remained fascinated by gadgets. He enjoyed machines. He admired inventors. He was fascinated by Thomas Edison. He was interested in new forms of communication. He understood that the future was arriving quickly. At times he seemed almost like a modern technology enthusiast trapped inside a 19th century body. He could spend hours discussing inventions. He was curious about the telephone. He admired scientific progress. He was excited by electricity. And yet, again, his optimism was never complete. He trusted machines more than he trusted people. Perhaps because machines generally do not pretend to be morally superior. A machine simply does what it has been designed to do. People are the ones who write speeches about how wonderful they are, and then invade someone else's country. Twain noticed. By the beginning of the 20th century, the world was entering another era. Queen Victoria died in 1901. The old Victorian world was beginning to disappear. Cars were appearing. Airplanes were on the horizon. Electric lights were spreading. Cities were becoming modern. Photography was changing. Cinema was emerging. The telephone was becoming increasingly familiar. And Mark Twain was becoming an old man. He had been born when Andrew Jackson was president. He had lived through the Civil War. He had watched the United States transform from a largely agrarian nation into an industrial power. He had seen slavery abolished. He had seen railroads cross the continent. He had traveled around the globe. He had watched empires expand. He had watched them begin to weaken. And now he was living in a world that would soon become almost unrecognizable. The boy born in 1835 had survived into the 20th century. It must have felt strange. Imagine looking backward across 60 or 70 years. The world of your childhood is gone. The streets are different. The machines are different. The language is different. The political arguments have changed. Even the speed of life has changed. And yet the memories remain vivid. That may be one of the strangest experiences of old age. The body belongs to the present. The mind keeps opening doors into the past. Twain could still remember the Mississippi. He could remember Hannibal. He could remember his brother. He could remember the printing office. He could remember the first time he heard Mark Twain. He could remember steamboats. He could remember his parents. He could remember people who had been dead for decades. Memory becomes its own country, and Twain was becoming a traveler there. In his later years, he wrote autobiographical material. He had always understood the value of stories. Now his own life became the story, but he did not necessarily want to tell it in a perfectly orderly fashion. He liked digressions. He liked returning to old subjects. He liked telling the same story from different angles. Perhaps because memory itself behaves that way. You do not remember your life like a timeline. You remember fragments. A face. A smell. A room. A sentence. A river. A summer evening. A funeral. A laugh. And suddenly a memory from 50 years ago feels closer than yesterday. Twain understood that. His autobiography would become one of the great unfinished literary projects of his life. He wrote extensively, but he also wanted to control when some of the material would be published. He believed that speaking freely required distance. Some things could be said only after the people involved were gone. This reveals something important about Twain. He valued honesty. But he also understood consequences. He knew that words have lives of their own. Once published, they cannot be taken back. A joke can become an insult. An observation can become a reputation. A sentence can survive its author. Twain knew this perhaps better than most writers. And yet he continued writing. Because writing was how he processed the world. It was how he remembered. It was how he argued. It was how he survived. His pen had become almost inseparable from his identity. Samuel Clemens had lived a life. Mark Twain had lived a literary life. By old age, the two had become difficult to separate. And still, tragedy continued. In 1904, Olivia Langdon Clemens died. She had been Twain's wife for 34 years. She had been his companion, his editor, his critic, the mother of his children, his emotional center. Her death left him devastated. The marriage had not been perfect. No marriage is. But she had been one of the most important people in his world. After her death, the old Hartford home could never feel quite the same. The rooms were filled with memories. The children were scattered. Some were gone. The family that had once filled the house had become a collection of photographs and recollections. Twain continued living. But the rhythm of his life changed. He spent more time traveling. He stayed with friends. He moved between homes. He continued to write. He continued to lecture occasionally. He continued to speak publicly. But there was a growing sense that the end was approaching. His daughter Jean died in 1909. She had suffered from epilepsy. Her death was another terrible blow. Twain was now nearly 74. He had buried his children. He had buried his wife. He had outlived many friends. He had watched entire generations disappear. And still, somehow he kept talking. Perhaps that is one of the most human things about him. He did not stop. He continued to observe. He continued to complain. He continued to joke. He continued to write. He continued to be Mark Twain. His final years were marked by a strange mixture of celebrity and loneliness. He was still famous. Visitors came. Reporters came. Young writers admired him. Politicians knew him. Universities honored him. The public adored the old humorist. But fame does not necessarily make a room less empty. Sometimes it only means more people know your name, while fewer people know what you are actually feeling. Twain's final public image became almost mythological. The white suit. The white hair. The cigar. The booming voice. The sharp wit. He looked like someone who had escaped from an earlier century and refused to leave. And in a way, he had. He was a living bridge between worlds. He had known the age of slavery. He had known the age of steam. He had known the age of telegraphy. Now he was witnessing the beginning of aviation. The world was becoming modern, and the old river pilot was standing at the edge of it. He had spent a lifetime writing about the human condition. Now he was about to become part of history himself. There is something almost poetic about the timing. Twain was born in 1835, the year Halley's Comet appeared. The comet had a predictable cycle. Twain remembered it. And late in his life, he joked that he expected to die when it returned. He did not necessarily mean this as a literal prediction, but the coincidence would become one of the most famous details of his biography. Halley's Comet returned in 1910, and Mark Twain died the following year. But before we reach that final night, there is one more thing worth remembering. The old man's cynicism did not erase the boy. The boy beside the Mississippi was still there. The river remained. The stories remained. Tom Sawyer remained. Huck Finn remained. The jokes remained. The contradictions remained. And perhaps most importantly, the questions remained. What does freedom mean? What does civilization mean? What makes a person good? Why do intelligent people behave foolishly? Why do nations repeat the same mistakes? Why does progress so often arrive carrying suffering? Why do we laugh when we are afraid? Why do we tell stories after everything is over? Twain never answered all of these questions. He probably did not expect to. His role was not to provide certainty. His role was to make us look again, to make the familiar strange, to make respectable people uncomfortable, to make children think, to make adults remember what it felt like to be children, and sometimes simply to make us laugh. Because laughter has value, especially when the world is absurd, especially when the future is uncertain, especially when everything seems too serious. Perhaps Mark Twain understood that better than anyone. A joke does not fix the world, but for a moment, it can make the world bearable. And so the old writer continued toward the end. His life was almost complete. The river had carried him through childhood, through war, through journalism, through fame, through marriage, through fatherhood, through debt, through travel, through grief, through skepticism, through old age. Now only the final bend remained. And as night settles over the story, imagine Mark Twain sitting quietly somewhere in his later years. The room is dim. The papers are scattered. A lamp burns beside him. Outside, the world is moving into the 20th century. Cars pass. Electric lights glow. Trains continue across the country. People are making plans. Factories are working. New inventions are being announced. And somewhere in that rapidly changing world, an old man remembers a river. Perhaps he remembers the smell first. Wet wood. Smoke. Mud. The faint metallic smell of machinery. Then the sound. The deep pulse of a steamboat. Then the sight. A wide river under a pale sky, and a boy standing beside it. Watching. Waiting. Wondering where the boats were going. The boy did not know. Neither did the old man. Perhaps none of us ever really knows. We simply move. One bend. 1 year. One memory. One night. And then another. Until eventually the river carries us beyond sight. But stories remain behind. And Mark Twain had left plenty of them. The old man, the comet, and the last years. The 20th century had arrived quietly, at least at first. There was no enormous bell announcing that the old world had ended. No curtain descended over the 19th century. Instead, One morning, people simply woke up and discovered that the calendar had changed. The streets were still there. The trains still ran. People still argued over money. Children still complained about school. Parents still worried. Politicians still promised things. Merchants still tried to sell things. And somewhere in the middle of it all, Mark Twain was becoming an old man. He had been born in 1835. Now the year was 1901. He was 65. That number meant something different in those days. Life expectancy was lower. Medical science was limited. Many of Twain's contemporaries were already dead. He had begun to understand that he had become one of the survivors. People who had known him as a boy were disappearing. People who had known his father were gone. Friends from the Mississippi were gone. People from his newspaper days were gone. The America of his childhood existed mainly in memory. And memory was becoming one of Twain's great subjects. He had spent decades creating fictional worlds. Now his own past seemed almost fictional. Hannibal had changed. The Mississippi had changed. The country had changed. He had changed. And yet, strangely, certain memories remained almost perfectly alive. The sound of a steamboat whistle. The smell of river mud. The sight of smoke rising over the water. A boy running through a dusty street. The interior of a printing office. The voice of a teacher. The face of his father. The laughter of his mother. Memory has an unfair habit. It can preserve a tiny moment for 70 years and then let an entire decade disappear. Twain knew this. He was increasingly interested in the past, not as a historian in the formal sense, but as a man trying to understand his own life. He began working on autobiographical material. He wrote memories. He dictated. He told stories. He wandered through old experiences. Sometimes he contradicted himself. Sometimes he remembered details differently. But perhaps that was inevitable. Human memory is not an archive. It is a storyteller. And storytellers rearrange things. Twain understood that better than most. He knew that every retelling changes the shape of an event. A childhood prank becomes funnier with age. A humiliation becomes a story. A tragedy becomes a memory. A mistake becomes a lesson. A person becomes an idealized version of themselves. And sometimes the person who died decades ago becomes more alive in memory than the people sitting beside you. Twain's autobiographical writing reflected this strange process. He did not always want to tell his life in a straight line. He preferred wandering. He would begin with one subject, move to another, return to the first, remember something else, and then suddenly tell a story about a person who had been dead for 50 years. It can feel disorganized, but perhaps it is actually closer to the way memory works. At night, when the world becomes quiet, the mind rarely travels in a straight line. One memory opens another. One sound brings back a place. One face brings back a summer. One smell brings back a room. And suddenly you are somewhere else. Twain's mind seemed to travel that way. The famous author was becoming a traveler through his own past. But the present was not finished with him. In 1903, Twain and his wife Olivia were living increasingly away from the old Hartford routine. Her health was failing. They traveled to Italy in search of a climate that might help her. They spent time in Florence. The move was difficult. Olivia's health continued to decline. Twain, who had always been emotionally dependent on her, was forced to confront the possibility of losing the person who had been beside him through the greatest portion of his adult life. Their marriage had lasted more than 3 decades. 34 years. That is long enough for two people to become woven into one another's memories. When Olivia became ill, Twain's public confidence could not protect him. He was simply a husband worried about his wife. The famous writer disappeared. The private man remained. In June 1904, Olivia died in Florence. She was 58. Twain was 68. The loss devastated him. For years, she had been the person he trusted most. She had read his manuscripts. She had advised him. She had corrected him. She had shared his financial troubles. She had raised their children with him. She had watched the public Mark Twain emerge. And now she was gone. Grief changed him. He wrote about her. He remembered her. He spoke of her. But the absence remained. There are some losses that cannot be filled by anything. Not money. Not work. Not friendship. Not fame. Twain continued writing. He continued speaking. But something in the atmosphere of his life had changed. The house became quieter. His children were scattered. One daughter was already dead. Another was increasingly independent. Jean remained. The family that had once filled his life with noise and movement was gradually disappearing. And Twain was approaching the final years of his own life. In these years, he became almost a cultural institution. Universities gave him honors. Public figures sought his company. Young writers admired him. He was photographed constantly. The white suit had become famous. He knew how to use the image. Sometimes he would appear in white clothing simply because it made him more visible. It was theatrical. But Twain understood theater. He had been performing himself for decades. The white suit became a kind of uniform. The old humorist. The prophet. The eccentric. The wise fool. The man who had seen everything. But no matter how famous a person becomes, the body continues aging. Eyes weaken. Energy declines. Illnesses accumulate. The world keeps moving. Twain increasingly relied on friends and family. Yet he still possessed the sharpness that had made him famous. His mind remained active. He continued to comment on politics. He continued to criticize religion. He continued to mock hypocrisy. He continued to write. And he continued to be fascinated by the world. Perhaps curiosity is one of the secrets of surviving old age. As long as you are curious, the world is not entirely finished. There is always something new to notice. A new machine. A new book. A new political scandal. A new invention. A new absurdity. Twain had no shortage of absurdities. The early 20th century provided plenty. American industry was growing rapidly. Huge fortunes were being accumulated. Cities were expanding. The United States was becoming a major world power. And Twain watched the transformation with mixed feelings. He admired American energy, but he distrusted American arrogance. He admired invention, but he distrusted the people who claimed invention automatically made humanity better. He admired democracy, but he distrusted politicians. He admired freedom, but he knew how often societies denied it. He loved his country, and yet he could criticize it mercilessly. That contradiction is important. Patriotism, for Twain, did not necessarily mean praise. Sometimes it meant criticism. If you love a country, perhaps you should be willing to tell it when it is behaving badly. Twain certainly was. His anti-imperialist views became increasingly well-known. He opposed American involvement in the Philippines. He criticized European colonialism. He became associated with anti-imperialist organizations. And he spoke publicly about the moral contradictions of empire. There was a sharpness to his later political writing. He no longer seemed interested in making powerful people comfortable. Age had removed some of his caution. Perhaps grief had too. When you have already lost so much, the possibility of offending someone becomes less frightening. Twain could be brutally honest. He also became increasingly interested in religion. He had grown up in a Christian environment. But as he aged, his skepticism intensified. He questioned the morality of religious institutions. He questioned the traditional idea of a benevolent God. He wrestled with suffering. How could a world containing so much cruelty be governed by a perfectly good and powerful deity? This was not merely an intellectual question for him. He had buried children. He had watched illness. He had witnessed war. He had seen slavery. He had traveled through societies built on racial hierarchy. He had watched empires justify violence. He had seen good people suffer. So his doubts came from experience. They were emotional as well as philosophical. The older Twain often sounded less like a man trying to solve a theological puzzle and more like a grieving person asking why the universe had been allowed to become so cruel. His writing became darker, sometimes bleak, sometimes almost hopeless, but there was still humor. That is what makes Twain so interesting. He could stare directly at despair and still find something absurd. Perhaps that is why his humor survived. He knew that sadness and laughter can exist in the same room. A funeral can contain a ridiculous story. A terrible day can include a moment that makes everyone laugh. A grieving person can suddenly smile at a memory. Human emotions do not respect categories. Twain understood that. And perhaps his most important legacy is that he refused to separate comedy from seriousness. His jokes could contain philosophy. His stories could contain moral criticism. His adventures could contain political arguments. His children's books could contain adult sadness. Nothing stayed neatly in its box. Then came another devastating loss. His daughter Jean died in December 1909. She was 29. Jean had suffered from epilepsy. Twain was deeply affected. By now, he had lost almost his entire immediate family. His wife was gone. His daughters were gone. His son had died as an infant. The old man was increasingly alone. It is difficult to imagine what that feels like. To wake up one morning and realize that the people who once filled your childhood memories have become photographs. Then your friends disappear. Then your siblings. Then your spouse. Then your children. The world continues. But the people who made the world feel like home are no longer there. Twain's life had become a long conversation with absence. And yet, even then, he kept working. He kept writing. He kept thinking. He kept speaking. There is something almost stubborn about that. Perhaps it was simply his nature. He had spent his life turning experience into words. He was not going to stop now. And then there was the comet. Halley's Comet. It had appeared in the sky in 1835, the year Twain was born. He had known about this coincidence throughout his life. The comet's return was expected in 1910. Twain had once remarked that he had come into the world with the comet and expected to go out with it. It was an almost perfect line. The sort of line that sounds as though it was written specifically for the end of a biography. But Twain did not know exactly when he would die. None of us do. The comet returned in 1910. People around the world looked into the night sky. The celestial object appeared again. A bright visitor from the darkness. It had been seen before. It would be seen again. Human beings watched it with wonder. And Twain, now an old man, was still here. He had lived through one return. Now he was witnessing another. The symbolism was almost too perfect. The comet traveled through the darkness on a path far larger than any human life. It did not care about fame. It did not care about books. It did not care about debt. It did not care about grief. It simply followed its orbit. And perhaps that is one of the humbling things about history. We think our lives are enormous. To us, they are. Every disappointment feels enormous. Every love feels enormous. Every loss feels enormous. Every ambition feels enormous. But against the scale of the universe, a human life is brief. A comet can take decades to return. A river can flow for thousands of years. Civilizations rise and disappear. Names become forgotten. And yet, somehow, one human voice can survive. A sentence can cross a century. A joke can make someone laugh long after the person who wrote it has disappeared. A story can continue traveling. Twain understood the power of words. He had spent his life putting words into the world. Now the world was preparing to keep some of them. In 1910, Twain's health was declining. He spent time at Stormfield, his home near Reading, Connecticut. Stormfield had become a refuge. It was quieter, more peaceful. He could spend time there away from the noise of public life. Visitors came. Friends came. He continued to write. He continued to receive attention. But the end was approaching. On April 21st, 1910, Mark Twain died. He was 74 years old. Halley's Comet had returned. Twain had followed it into history. The coincidence became legendary. The boy born beside the Mississippi was gone. The river pilot was gone. The printer was gone. The newspaper humorist was gone. The novelist was gone. The father was gone. The husband was gone. The old man was gone. But Mark Twain remained. And that distinction matters. Because Samuel Clemens and Mark Twain were never exactly the same person. Samuel was born. Mark Twain was created. One was a human being. The other was a voice. A character. A literary identity. A way of seeing the world. And perhaps the strange thing about writers is that their second life begins when their first one ends. After Twain's death, his books continued to circulate. Children continued meeting Tom Sawyer. Readers continued following Huck Finn down the river. Travelers continued reading The Innocents Abroad. Students continued arguing about his books. Scholars continued debating his meanings. Politicians continued discovering that Twain had already mocked some version of their behavior. and people continued repeating his observations about humanity. His influence expanded. The writer became part of the American cultural landscape. His stories became classics. His characters became archetypes. The Mississippi became permanently associated with his name. Hannibal became a literary pilgrimage. The phrase Mark Twain became inseparable from American literature. But perhaps his greatest achievement was not simply creating famous books. It was creating a particular voice. A voice that sounded unmistakably American. Casual. Skeptical. Funny. Curious. Suspicious of authority. Fascinated by ordinary people. Comfortable with contradiction. That voice changed American literature. Before Twain, American writing often looked toward Europe for literary legitimacy. Twain helped prove that American speech itself could become literature. The language of the river. The language of ordinary people. The language of children. The language of towns. The language of travelers. The language of people who did not speak like professors. This was revolutionary. He showed that literature did not need to sound aristocratic to be important. A story could be funny. A narrator could be unreliable. A child could reveal more truth than an adult. A river could carry a moral argument. A joke could contain political criticism. And a tall tale could reveal something deeply serious about the people telling it. That legacy continued. American writers who came after him inherited something. Ernest Hemingway, William Faulkner, John Steinbeck, many others. They did not simply imitate Twain, but they wrote in a literary tradition that Twain had helped establish. A tradition in which American voices mattered, in which regional speech could become art, in which humor and tragedy could coexist, in which ordinary people could become the center of serious literature, and perhaps most importantly, in which the writer was allowed to distrust the official story. That may be Twain's most enduring lesson. Be suspicious of certainty. When someone tells you that a system is perfect, look closer. When a politician says something is necessary, ask who benefits. When a wealthy person says money does not matter, perhaps check their bank account. When a nation calls itself civilized, perhaps look at how it treats the people with the least power. When a respectable person tells you what morality requires, perhaps watch what they actually do. Twain's instinct was always to look behind the curtain. Sometimes what he found was ugly, sometimes ridiculous, sometimes both. But he looked. And that is why his work remains alive. He was not simply a humorist. He was a witness. A witness to a changing America. A witness to slavery and emancipation. A witness to the Civil War. A witness to industrialization. A witness to imperialism. A witness to technological change. A witness to the strange optimism of modernity. And a witness to grief. He witnessed his own life. Then he turned it into stories. Perhaps that is what we all do, in smaller ways. We gather moments. We remember people. We lose things. We tell stories. We exaggerate. We forget. We return. And eventually, someone else remembers us. Mark Twain's story is therefore not simply the story of a famous writer. It is the story of a man who spent his entire life trying to understand what people were doing. He watched them lie. He watched them love. He watched them fight. He watched them pray. He watched them make money. He watched them lose money. He watched them build nations. He watched them destroy things. And through it all, he kept asking the same quiet question. Why are human beings like this? He never completely solved it. Perhaps nobody can. But he made the question entertaining. And sometimes that is enough. Now imagine the Mississippi again. Not the modern river. The old river. The one Twain knew. It is late. The banks are dark. The moon hangs over the water. Somewhere downstream, a steamboat moves through the night. Its paddle wheel turns. The engine breathes. Smoke rises into the darkness. A boy stands near the shore. He watches the boat disappear. He does not know where it is going. He does not know what lies beyond the next bend. He does not know that his own life will carry him far from this place. He does not know that he will become famous. He does not know that he will lose people he loves. He does not know that he will become wealthy and then lose his fortune. He does not know that he will travel around the world. He does not know that he will criticize presidents, emperors, churches, businessmen, and entire nations. He does not know that people will still read his books more than a century after his death. He simply watches. And perhaps that is the best place to leave him. Not with the famous old man, not with the white suit, not with the photographs, but with the boy. Because beneath every great biography is an ordinary beginning. A child. A place. A family. A landscape. A handful of memories. And a future that has not yet happened. The boy watches the river. The boat disappears. The water continues moving. And somewhere far beyond the horizon, a life is waiting. A life that will contain laughter and grief. Failure. Success. Love. Debt. Travel. Books. Children. Loss. And finally, silence. But not complete silence. Because words remain. The river remains. And the stories remain. Mark Twain once spent his youth learning how to read the Mississippi. He learned its channels, its bends, its currents, its dangers. He learned that what looks calm on the surface can be moving violently underneath. Perhaps he spent the rest of his life doing the same thing with humanity, looking beneath the surface, looking past appearances, looking beyond the official story, searching for the hidden current. And perhaps, after all those years, he understood one thing very clearly. The river cannot be stopped. Neither can time. Neither can death. Neither can history. But a story can travel. It can move from one person to another, from one generation to the next, like water, like memory, like a voice carried through darkness. And tonight, more than a century after Mark Twain closed his eyes for the last time, that voice is still moving. Quietly. Patiently. Downstream. The lights of the old steamboat fade. The Mississippi becomes almost completely dark. The night grows deeper. And the river keeps moving. Slowly. Without hurry. Carrying the past into the distance. Carrying the stories with it. And perhaps, somewhere in that darkness, the old river pilot is still listening to the water. Not Samuel Clemens. Not quite Mark Twain. Just a man beside a river. Watching. Remembering. And finally allowing the current to carry him away. After Mark Twain, the man becomes a myth. Death is supposed to be the end of a life. For most people it is. The house becomes quiet. The clothes are put away. The letters are sorted. The photographs are placed in boxes. Eventually, the voice becomes difficult to remember. Then the face. Then the small details. A generation passes. And the person becomes a name. Mark Twain was fortunate, or perhaps unfortunate, in this respect. He did not become merely a name. He became an idea. And ideas are much harder to bury. When Samuel Langhorne Clemens died in 1910, the world did not simply lose a writer. It lost one of the last living figures who could personally connect the 19th century with the rapidly approaching modern world. He had been born when horses were the primary means of overland transportation. He had lived through the age of steamboats. He had seen the telegraph transform communication. He had watched railroads cross the continent. He had witnessed the Civil War. He had seen slavery abolished. He had traveled across oceans. He had watched electricity enter cities. He had experimented with new technology. He had become famous through newspapers and books. And now he was gone. But the 20th century was only beginning. The world that followed would be almost impossible for the young Samuel Clemens to imagine. Automobiles would become common. Airplanes would cross oceans. Radio would enter homes. Motion pictures would become an industry. 2 world wars would transform the planet. Empires would collapse. New nations would appear. Computers would eventually arrive. And humans would eventually walk on the moon. The old river pilot had not lived to see any of that. But his books traveled into the new century. And they traveled surprisingly well. Because the central questions of his work were not really about steamboats. They were about people. And people had not changed nearly as much as their machinery. The human being who wanted to look respectable while behaving foolishly still existed. The politician who promised one thing and did another still existed. The wealthy person who believed money made them important still existed. The child who wanted adventure still existed. The lonely person who wanted a friend still existed. The frightened person trying to make a moral decision still existed. And the person who laughed at all of it still existed. That was Twain's territory. Human nature. He had spent his life studying it. He did not study it in laboratories. He studied it in newspapers, on riverboats, in saloons, in lecture halls, in drawing rooms, in hotels, in churches, on trains, in foreign countries, and especially in conversation. He listened. That may have been one of his greatest talents. He listened to how people spoke. He noticed the strange phrases people used. He noticed the difference between what someone meant and what they said. He noticed exaggeration. He noticed nervousness. He noticed confidence. He noticed when someone was trying too hard to appear intelligent. And he remembered. Years later, those observations became characters. Tom Sawyer, Huck Finn, Jim, the King, the Duke, Colonel Sherburne, the Widow Douglas, Aunt Polly, Becky Thatcher, and countless others. They were fictional, but they felt real because they were assembled from human behavior. That is what makes good fiction strange. A completely invented person can sometimes feel more familiar than someone you actually know. You may never have met Huck Finn, and yet, perhaps you recognize him. The stubbornness, the curiosity, the suspicion of adults, the desire to escape, the fear of being trapped, the tendency to make a decision and then immediately wonder whether it was the wrong one. That is human. And so Huck survived. Generation after generation found him. Children read the story because it was an adventure. Adults reread it and discover that it is not really about adventure at all. It is about conscience. It is about society. It is about race. It is about freedom. It is about the stories people tell themselves in order to justify their behavior. And it is about what happens when a person begins to question those stories. This is why Huckleberry Finn became so important. But importance brought controversy. Schools debated whether students should read it. Libraries debated whether it belonged on their shelves. Parents objected to its language. Teachers struggled with how to discuss its racial themes. Scholars argued about Twain's intentions. Some readers regarded the novel as one of the strongest attacks on racism in American literature. Others found the language painful and alienating. Both reactions became part of the book's history. And perhaps that is inevitable. A book written in one century may enter another century carrying the assumptions of its birthplace. Words change. Societies change. What one generation considers ordinary language may become deeply offensive to another. A serious reader has to hold two things at once. The historical context matters, and the impact on modern readers matters. Twain himself had lived through enormous changes in American racial history. He was born into a slaveholding society. He witnessed the Civil War. He saw emancipation. He lived through Reconstruction. He watched the rise of segregation and racial violence. His own views evolved over time. His writings sometimes reflected the prejudices of his era. At other times, it attacked them. That complexity is part of the historical record, and it reminds us of something uncomfortable. People are rarely born fully enlightened. They change. Sometimes they become better, sometimes worse. Sometimes they understand one injustice while remaining blind to another. History is full of people who are both products of their time and critics of it. Twain was one of them. That is more interesting than turning him into a perfect hero. He was not perfect. He was human. And perhaps his greatest achievement was his willingness to keep questioning. He questioned America. He questioned Europe. He questioned empire. He questioned religion. He questioned money. He questioned politicians. He questioned himself. And sometimes he questioned the entire human species. He once described human beings with an extraordinary mixture of affection and disappointment. That combination became the emotional atmosphere of his later work. He could be cruel toward humanity, but he was rarely indifferent to it. There is a difference. A cynic may say, "People are terrible," and stop caring. Twain often seemed to say, People are terrible, and why can't they do better? That second sentence contains hope, even when it sounds like despair. It means the standard still exists. There is still an idea of what human beings should be. And Twain kept comparing reality with that ideal. Reality usually lost, but he kept comparing. Perhaps because he had spent his youth on a river. A pilot cannot simply admire the river. He has to read it. He has to notice where it becomes dangerous. He has to understand that a beautiful stretch of water may hide a sandbar. He has to know that appearances can be misleading. Twain carried that lesson into everything. The beautiful speech may hide an ugly motive. The respectable citizen may be a fraud. The holy institution may behave badly. The successful businessman may be reckless. The civilized nation may be violent. The poor person may possess more wisdom than the wealthy. The child may understand morality better than the adults. Never trust the surface. Look underneath. That was Twain. And the 20th century kept giving him reasons to be suspicious. After his death, America continued changing. The country became more urban. Mass production expanded. The automobile changed transportation. The motion picture industry grew. Radio transformed entertainment. Newspapers became increasingly powerful. Advertising became more sophisticated. Consumer culture expanded. The world became connected in ways Twain could scarcely have imagined. And yet his old themes remained. Advertising promised happiness. Politicians promised progress. Businesses promised prosperity. Nations promised peace. People continued believing. And people continued being disappointed. Twain's work found new audiences. His humor survived because the human situations he mocked remained recognizable. A bureaucracy is still a bureaucracy. A foolish politician is still a foolish politician. A boastful man is still a boastful man. A child trying to avoid responsibility is still a child trying to avoid responsibility. The human comedy continues. The costumes change. The stage changes. The dialogue changes. But the actors remain remarkably similar. That may be why Twain's writing feels strangely contemporary. He understood something about human behavior that technology cannot erase. We want to be admired. We fear embarrassment. We exaggerate. We pretend to understand things we do not understand. We want to belong. We want to be free. We worry about money. We argue about politics. We create rules. Then we look for ways around them. We condemn hypocrisy, then occasionally practice it ourselves. We tell ourselves that our generation is wiser than previous generations. Then history watches us repeat the same mistakes. Twain would probably have found all of this extremely amusing and slightly depressing. Probably both. His legacy was not limited to literature. His public persona became an American cultural symbol. The white suit. The hair. The mustache. The cigar. The deep voice. The mischievous expression. The old man who looked as though he had just thought of something terrible to say about civilization. His face became almost a logo for American humor. But the danger of a famous image is that it can hide the person. The real Samuel Clemens was much more complicated. He could be nervous. He could be affectionate. He could become depressed. He could obsess over financial matters. He could become extremely enthusiastic about an invention. He could lose enormous amounts of money. He could become frustrated with his own writing. He could struggle with grief. He could be deeply attached to his family. He could be difficult. He could be generous. He could be self-centered. He could be remarkably perceptive. He could also make astonishingly bad decisions. In other words, he was not a myth. He was a person. The myth came later. And perhaps we should be careful with myths. Myths are convenient. They simplify. They turn complicated lives into clean stories. The poor boy becomes a genius. The genius becomes famous. The famous man becomes wise. The wise man dies. Everyone applauds. It makes a satisfying biography. But real life is messier. Twain's rise was not a straight line. He failed. He wandered. He changed careers. He lost money. He made bad investments. He struggled with grief. He experienced family tragedy. He sometimes doubted himself. He sometimes doubted the world. He became increasingly pessimistic. And still he kept going. That may be more inspiring than the myth. Because persistence is more impressive when the person has reasons to stop. Twain had plenty. And yet he continued. He wrote. He traveled. He spoke. He observed. He complained. He laughed. He remembered. The work continued. His autobiography remained unfinished at his death. That, too, seems appropriate. A life story should perhaps remain unfinished. No person experiences their own ending as a completed narrative. We are the ones who impose structure afterward. We decide where the story began. We decide which events mattered. We decide which failures were turning points. We decide which people were important. We decide what the lesson was. The person themselves rarely knows. Twain certainly did not. When he was 11, he could not have known that his childhood would become literary material. When he was a printer, he could not have known that he was training himself to become a writer. When he piloted a steamboat, he could not have known that the language of the river would become his name. When he lost money in the typesetting machine, he could not have known that his financial disaster would become part of the legend. When his children were born, he could not have imagined which would survive him. When they died, he could not have imagined how deeply those losses would affect his final years. Life does not provide footnotes in advance. You understand the meaning of events only later. Sometimes much later. Sometimes never. And perhaps that is why history can be comforting. It reminds us that uncertainty is not a personal failure. Everyone is uncertain. Even the people who become famous. Even the people whose lives later look inevitable. Mark Twain did not know where his life was going. He simply kept moving. That is what makes his story feel so human. There is another reason his legacy matters. Twain helped change the idea of what an American writer could sound like. American literature before Twain had certainly contained humor and regional voices. But Twain gave the American vernacular enormous literary authority. He demonstrated that ordinary speech could carry complex ideas. That a narrator did not need to sound educated to be intelligent. That dialect could create character. That humor could reveal social criticism. That a regional landscape could become universal. The Mississippi was local. Hannibal was local. A raft was local. But the questions were universal. Freedom. Friendship. Fear. Morality. Belonging. Justice. Identity. These belong to everyone. That is why Huck's journey could travel beyond the Mississippi. The river became a metaphor without Twain needing to explain it. Huck moves downstream. He leaves one world behind. He encounters another. He keeps going. He does not know exactly where he will end. That is childhood. That is adulthood. That is history. And perhaps that is life itself. You start somewhere. You move. You meet people. You lose people. You make decisions. You make mistakes. You discover that the rules you were taught are not always reliable. You create new rules. Then you discover those rules are imperfect too. And eventually you reach the end. The river continues. The world continues. Someone else takes your place. And another story begins. This is why Twain remains useful. Not because he gives us easy answers. He doesn't. But because he gives us better questions. He teaches us to be suspicious of certainty. To listen carefully. To notice the ridiculous. To take ordinary people seriously. To distrust powerful people who take themselves too seriously. To understand that laughter and sadness are not opposites. And perhaps, most importantly, to remember that progress is not guaranteed. A society can become technologically advanced and morally confused. A person can become wealthy and miserable. A nation can become powerful and cruel. A civilization can call itself enlightened while behaving barbarically. Progress must be measured not only by what we can build, but by how we treat one another. Twain's life gave him plenty of evidence for this. He had seen the slaveholding South. He had seen the Union tear itself apart. He had seen emancipation. He had seen industrial wealth. He had seen poverty. He had seen empire. He had seen invention. He had seen grief. He had seen the enormous capacity of human beings to create, and the equally enormous capacity to destroy. Perhaps this explains the peculiar sadness beneath so much of his humor. He knew what people were capable of. He knew they could be better. And he knew how often they chose not to be. Still, he laughed. That may be the final secret. He laughed. Not because everything was fine, but because everything was not fine. Laughter became a way of looking directly at absurdity without surrendering to it. The world was ridiculous. Very well. Write about it. People were hypocritical. Fine. Make the hypocrisy visible. Politicians were vain. Describe the vanity. Human beings were frightened. Show the fear. Children were imaginative. Let them run. Let them steal the raft. Let them whitewash the fence. Let them escape down the river. Let them become more honest than the adults. And perhaps, if we are lucky, let them remind us of something we once knew. That the world is enormous. That the future is uncertain. That the river is always moving. And that there is still something beautiful about simply watching it. More than a century after Twain's death, visitors still travel to Hannibal. They look at the Mississippi. They walk through places associated with his childhood. They see the landscape. They imagine the boy. They imagine the writer. And perhaps they experience something strange. The realization that the places which seem ordinary to the people living in them can become extraordinary in memory. A riverbank. A street. A cave. A fence. A childhood home. Nothing unusual. Until someone tells the story. Then everything changes. That is the power of storytelling. It does not necessarily create something new. Sometimes it simply teaches us how to see what was already there. Twain did this throughout his career. He looked at America and said, essentially, look again. Look more closely. Something is strange here. Something is funny. Something is painful. Something does not make sense. And sometimes the most important truth is hidden inside the joke. Perhaps that is why his voice still feels alive. He speaks from another century. But he speaks about us. The technology is different. The clothing is different. The political institutions are different. The maps are different. But the emotions are familiar. Ambition. Embarrassment. Love. Grief. Fear. Pride. Hope. Regret. Loneliness. Curiosity. The need to tell a story. And the need to believe that the story means something. Mark Twain's life did mean something. Not because it was perfect. Because it wasn't. Not because he was always wise. He wasn't. But because he looked. He paid attention. And then he wrote down what he saw. That sounds simple. It is not. Most people see things. Few remember. Fewer understand. Fewer still can turn understanding into language. Twain could. And so the voice survived. The old man is gone. The white suit is gone. The cigar smoke is gone. The Hartford house is quiet. The lecture halls have changed. The steamboats have become historical artifacts. The old printing presses are museum pieces. The frontier has become mythology. But the words remain. And perhaps tonight, somewhere far from the Mississippi, someone is reading them. Someone who has never seen a 19th century steamboat. Someone who has never stood beside the river in Hannibal. Someone who has never heard a telegraph clicking in a newspaper office. Someone who has never known the world Twain knew. And yet they laugh. They understand. They recognize themselves. That is the strange afterlife of a writer. The person disappears. The voice remains. And every new reader gives that voice another life. So perhaps Mark Twain never really left the river. Perhaps he simply became part of its current. His words continue downstream. Generation after generation. Some people catch them. Some let them pass. Some return to them years later. And some hear them for the first time in the quiet hours of the night. The river is dark now. The moon is reflected in broken pieces across the surface. A distant light moves slowly through the darkness. There is no hurry. There has never been any hurry. The Mississippi has seen too much to hurry. It has carried armies. It has carried merchants. It has carried slaves. It has carried travelers. It has carried children. It has carried dreams. It has carried grief. And somewhere along its banks, a boy once stood watching. That boy became Samuel Clemens. Samuel Clemens became Mark Twain. Mark Twain became a voice. And the voice became part of America. Not the perfect America. Not the official America. The messy one. The funny one. The tragic one. The hopeful one. The foolish one. The endlessly complicated one. The America of people trying to become better while repeatedly discovering new ways to behave badly. Which, if we are honest, sounds rather familiar. And perhaps that is why Twain's greatest joke is not a sentence in one of his books. It is the simple fact that after all these years, we are still laughing at the same things. We are still arguing. Still boasting. Still worrying. Still falling in love. Still losing people. Still chasing money. Still inventing machines. Still declaring that our generation is different. And still, occasionally, discovering that the river is larger than we thought. The lesson of Mark Twain's life is therefore not that he understood everything. It is that he kept looking. He kept asking. He kept noticing. He kept writing. And when the world became too absurd to take seriously, he laughed. When it became too painful to laugh, he remembered. And when memory became too heavy, he told another story. Perhaps that is enough. Perhaps a human life does not need to solve the world. Perhaps it only needs to leave behind something that helps another person see the world a little more clearly. A sentence. A character. A joke. A question. A story about a boy and a river. The night grows quieter. The river continues. And the old voice fades slowly into the distance. Not disappearing. Just moving downstream. Beyond the next bend. Where we cannot see it anymore. But somewhere beyond the darkness, the story continues. Because stories, like rivers, rarely end exactly where we think they do. They simply pass from one person to another. And tonight, for a little while, Mark Twain has passed through our hands. Now we let him go. Let the river carry him. Let the Mississippi become dark again. Let the old steamboat disappear beyond the bend. Let the lamps go out one by one. And let the last image remain simple. A quiet river. A sleeping town. A sky full of stars. And a boy standing on the bank, watching the water move toward a future he cannot possibly imagine. He does not know his name will one day be famous. He does not know people will study his life. He does not know his books will survive more than a century. He does not know that strangers will one day speak of him with affection. He only knows that the river is moving. And perhaps, in the end, that is all any of us really know. The river is moving. Time is moving. Life is moving. So we watch. We listen. We remember. And then, quietly, we let the current take us forward. The books that refuse to die. There is a strange thing that happens to writers after they die. While they are alive, they have schedules, deadlines, bills, publishers, arguments, bad reviews, good reviews. People asking when the next book will be finished. People asking why the last book wasn't better. People asking questions at parties. People asking questions on trains. People asking questions everywhere. Then, suddenly, all of that stops. The writer becomes silent. The deadlines disappear. The publisher no longer calls. The critics move on to someone else. The writer has no idea what the future will make of the work. And perhaps that is the most interesting part. Mark Twain never knew exactly what kind of reputation he would have a century later. He knew he was famous. He knew people loved some of his books. He knew some people hated them. He knew politicians disliked him. He knew religious leaders sometimes disliked him. He knew respectable people occasionally thought he was too vulgar. He knew children loved his stories. But he could not know what would happen after his death. He could not know that The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn would become one of the most studied novels in American literature. He could not know that generations of students would sit in classrooms discussing his characters. He could not know that scholars would spend entire careers arguing over what he meant. And he certainly could not know that people would eventually discuss him on a global network of computers. That last part would probably have amused him, or terrified him. Possibly both. Imagine explaining the internet to Mark Twain. a worldwide machine connecting millions of people instantly. A person in Missouri could read something written by someone in Japan. A photograph could travel around the world in seconds. People could publish their thoughts without newspapers. They could communicate without telegraph wires. They could watch moving pictures in their homes. They could carry entire libraries in their pockets. Twain would probably have asked one simple question: what do people do with all that? And the answer, unfortunately, would probably not have reassured him. Because technology changes faster than human behavior. The 19th century gave Twain the telegraph. The 20th century gave humanity radio, television, and computers. The 21st century gave us social media. And somehow people still manage to misunderstand one another. Progress. Beautiful progress. Humanity had finally developed machines capable of communicating instantly across continents, and then spent enormous amounts of time arguing with strangers. Twain might have recognized the pattern, but his books survived for another reason. They understood the importance of voice. When readers encounter Huck Finn, they are not simply receiving information. They are hearing a person. That matters. A narrator with a distinct voice feels alive. Huck does not sound like a professor. He does not speak like a literary critic. He speaks like a boy trying to make sense of the world around him. And that creates intimacy. The reader is not standing outside the story. The reader is traveling with him. Down the river. Past the trees. Past the farms. Past the towns. Past the people who think they understand everything. The river creates space. It gives Huck and Jim room to think. It gives them moments when society seems far away. And this is one of the reasons the river remains such a powerful symbol in Twain's work. On land, there are rules. On land, people have names. They have social positions. They have expectations. They have churches, families, neighbors, reputations. The river is different. The river keeps moving. It does not ask who you are. It does not ask whether you are respectable. It does not ask what your family owns. It simply carries you. For Huck and Jim, that becomes a kind of temporary freedom, but it is temporary. Eventually, society catches up. The river cannot completely protect them. And Twain understood that freedom is often fragile. You can feel free for a few hours, a few days, perhaps a few years. And then some rule, institution, person, or circumstance reminds you that you are not entirely free. That idea had personal meaning for Twain. He had grown up in a slaveholding society. He had witnessed a nation split over slavery. He had watched war destroy communities. He had watched emancipation change the legal structure of American society. But he also saw that legal freedom did not instantly produce social equality. The world remained unequal. The old prejudices did not simply vanish. They adapted. They changed language. They found new institutions. They found new excuses. Twain's writing often explored this gap between ideals and reality. America proclaimed liberty, but who was free? America celebrated democracy, but who had political power? America called itself civilized, but how did it treat people without power? These questions did not disappear when Twain died. In fact, they became even more important. The 20th century would bring enormous struggles over race and equality, and Twain's work would be pulled into those debates. Sometimes he was praised, sometimes criticized, sometimes both at once. This is the fate of literature that refuses to stay quiet. A harmless book can be forgotten. A difficult book keeps causing arguments, and arguments keep it alive. Huckleberry Finn became one of those books. Teachers assigned it. Students complained about it. Parents objected to it. Scholars defended it. Other scholars criticized it. Some readers considered it a masterpiece. Others found it deeply uncomfortable. The debate became part of the book's cultural history, and perhaps there is something appropriate about that. Twain himself loved arguments. He loved contradiction. He loved exposing absurdity. If he had lived long enough to watch people arguing about his book for another 100 years, he might have been delighted. He might also have complained about the quality of the arguments. Because of course he would. One of the interesting things about Twain's literary legacy is that people often want to make him simpler than he was. They want him to be either a great moral hero or an old-fashioned racist, either a defender of freedom or a product of his time. either a genius or a relic. But human beings rarely fit into those categories. Twain was shaped by his century. He carried some of its prejudices. He also attacked some of them. He could recognize injustice in one place while failing to recognize it completely in another. He could make progressive arguments and contradictory statements. He could be generous and selfish. He could be courageous and foolish. This is not a defect in the historical record. It is the historical record. People are complicated. The temptation to make historical figures morally pure is strong because purity makes stories easier. But reality is rarely clean. The more interesting question is not, was Mark Twain good or bad? The more useful question is, what did Mark Twain see? What did he fail to see? And how did he change? That question allows the person to remain human. And Twain was nothing if not human. He was ambitious. He wanted recognition. He wanted money. He wanted respect. He wanted to be taken seriously. He also wanted to make people laugh. Those desires sometimes fought each other. The entertainer wanted applause. The critic wanted to offend. The businessman wanted profit. The writer wanted freedom. The husband wanted stability. The traveler wanted adventure. The old man wanted peace. One person contained all of them. Perhaps this explains why his life feels so large. It was not one story. It was several stories happening at once. And the books captured pieces of each. Tom Sawyer contains the boy. Huckleberry Finn contains the traveler. The Innocents Abroad contains the tourist. A Connecticut Yankee contains the skeptic. His political essays contain the critic. His autobiography contains the old man looking backward. His letters contain the private person. Together, they create something larger than a biography. They create a portrait of a human being trying to understand his own existence. And perhaps this is why autobiographical writing can be so revealing. When people tell the story of their own lives, they reveal what they think mattered. Twain's memories often return to the river. That tells us something. He returned to childhood. That tells us something else. He returned to his family, to his failures, to his financial mistakes, to his travels, to his dead friends, to his lost children, to his wife. The subjects he could not stop returning to were the subjects that mattered most. Memory is selective, and selection reveals meaning. When Twain remembered the Mississippi, he was not simply remembering geography. He was remembering possibility. The river represented a world before adulthood had closed around him. A world of movement, danger, adventure, freedom. The boy could imagine becoming anything. Then adulthood arrived. And adulthood brought money, responsibilities, marriage, children, fame, failure, debt, politics, grief. The river became a memory of freedom. But the river was never completely innocent. The same Mississippi that inspired Twain's imagination had also been part of the machinery of slavery. Steamboats carried goods. They carried people. They carried enslaved human beings. The landscape that looked beautiful from a distance could contain enormous suffering. Again, Twain's world was complicated. Beauty and cruelty could exist side by side. He never completely escaped that contradiction. Perhaps no one can. The American landscape itself became one of his characters. The Mississippi was not just scenery. It was a living presence. It could be calm, dangerous, beautiful, unpredictable, indifferent. Much like history, and perhaps much like Twain himself, the more you study him, the harder he becomes to categorize. He was a humorist who became increasingly pessimistic, a famous man who often felt lonely, a successful author who made terrible investments, a patriot who attacked his own country, a critic of empire who lived comfortably within an imperial age, a father who loved his children and endured unimaginable losses, a skeptic who continued to be fascinated by religious questions, a man obsessed with the future who spent much of his later life remembering the past. Contradiction followed him everywhere. But perhaps contradiction is not the opposite of truth. Perhaps it is part of truth. We contain opposing feelings. We can love someone and be angry with them. We can admire our country and criticize it. We can believe in progress and fear what progress will bring. We can be hopeful in the morning and pessimistic at night. We can laugh at something and still find it painful. Twain understood this instinctively. His humor rarely required happiness. Sometimes it required discomfort. Sometimes the funniest observation was the one that made you realize something was terribly wrong. That was his specialty. He could make the absurd visible. And once you see absurdity, it becomes difficult to unsee. This is why satire is powerful. A serious argument can be ignored. A joke can stick. A politician can deliver a speech about national greatness. A satirist can reduce the same speech to one ridiculous image. And suddenly, everyone remembers it. Twain knew the power of ridicule. He used it against politicians. He used it against businessmen. He used it against religious authorities. He used it against tourists. He used it against Europeans. He used it against Americans. He even used it against himself. That last part mattered. Self-mockery gave him credibility. He was not standing outside humanity saying, "Look how stupid everyone is." He was saying, more or less, "Look how stupid we are, including me. Especially me sometimes." That made the criticism more human, and perhaps more tolerable. There is something comforting about a person who admits their own foolishness. It means we do not have to pretend to be perfect. Twain's financial disasters could have destroyed his reputation. Instead, they became part of his legend. He had made a terrible investment. He had lost enormous amounts of money. He had to work his way back. And he did. The story became almost comic. The great humorist had been fooled by a machine. The man who mocked human stupidity had demonstrated it himself. And perhaps the universe had a sense of humor. Twain certainly did. His ability to recover financially was impressive, but the emotional cost was real. The experience changed his relationship with money. He became more cautious. He understood how quickly wealth could disappear. And he understood something else. Fame does not protect you from consequences. The world does not give famous people a special exemption from arithmetic. If you spend too much money, eventually you have spent too much money. The bill still arrives. History contains many great men defeated by ordinary problems. Twain was one of them. And that makes him easier to understand. He was not living in some magical literary universe. He worried about expenses. He worried about health. He worried about family. He worried about publishers. He worried about audiences. He worried about debts. He worried about the future. In other words, he worried like everyone else. The difference was that he could turn some of those worries into sentences. That is a strange talent. To take private anxiety and turn it into public art. To take personal embarrassment and turn it into humor. To take grief and turn it into memory. To take political anger and turn it into satire. Twain spent his life doing this. And perhaps the greatest example is his response to death. He lost his brother. He lost his parents. He lost friends. He lost his son. He lost daughters. He lost his wife. And eventually, he faced his own death. Death was not an abstract subject for him. It was personal. It entered his family repeatedly. It sat at the table. It occupied empty bedrooms. It appeared in old photographs. It waited in letters. And yet Twain continued writing. He could not defeat death, but he could give memory a place to live. That is one of the quiet powers of literature. A person dies. A story remains. A voice remains. A name remains. Not forever, perhaps. Nothing is truly forever, but longer than one lifetime. And that is remarkable. Consider the scale of Twain's original world. When he was born, the United States was still relatively young. The frontier was expanding. Slavery was legal. The telegraph did not yet exist. The modern industrial city had not arrived. The airplane was unimaginable. Most people lived much closer to the rhythms of agriculture. A man could be born in one world and die in another. Twain did. And his writing became a record of that transformation. This is one reason historians continue to find him useful. He was not only describing events. He was describing how those events felt. How modernization looked to ordinary people. How travel felt. How foreigners appeared to Americans. How Americans appeared to foreigners. How wealth changed social relationships. How technology changed expectations. How war changed language. How slavery shaped morality. How children experienced the world. how adults justified themselves. He captured the texture of an era, the smells, the sounds, the accents, the manners, the jokes, the anxieties, the assumptions. That texture is precious, because official histories often tell us what governments did. Writers can tell us what life felt like while governments were doing it. And sometimes that is even more revealing. A law may say one thing. A novel may show what that law felt like. A speech may celebrate progress. A story may show who was left behind. A newspaper may announce a war. A witness may describe the silence afterward. Twain belonged to that second category. He was a witness with a sense of humor. And perhaps that is why his writing continues to feel alive. He did not merely describe America. He listened to it. The accents. The arguments. The boasting. The complaints. The jokes. The silences. The lies. The dreams. America spoke through him. Not perfectly, but loudly. And sometimes the loudest voice in the room is the one that finally makes everyone quiet. Twain had that ability. He could write a sentence that seemed funny. Then, a moment later, you realized it was cruel, or sad, or politically dangerous, or simply true. That delayed realization was part of his power. He could sneak serious ideas inside entertainment. Readers came for the adventure. They stayed with the question, what is freedom? What is civilization? Who decides what is moral? Why do people obey? Why do people conform? Why do people believe? And why are human beings so remarkably good at convincing themselves that their own behavior is reasonable? Twain did not trust reasonable explanations. He trusted observation. Watch what people do, then decide what they believe. That was his method. And perhaps it is a useful method even now. When someone tells you who they are, listen, but watch what they do. When a nation tells you what it stands for, listen, but watch what it does. When an institution tells you it exists for your benefit, listen, then look at who benefits. When a person tells you they are generous, watch what happens when generosity costs them something. Twain would probably approve of this approach. He spent his life watching the gap between words and actions. And that gap is where satire lives. The world after Twain continued to provide him with material. Wars, economic crashes, political scandals, propaganda, advertising, celebrity, mass media. The same old human weaknesses now operating at larger scales. Twain had feared that modern technology would give human beings more powerful tools without giving them better judgment. History would provide plenty of evidence. But his books survived not because they predicted the future perfectly. They survived because they understood the past deeply enough to remain relevant. That distinction matters. A prediction can become obsolete. Human nature is harder to outdate. Twain was interested in human nature, so his books stayed alive. And perhaps that is why, even now, when the world becomes too loud, people still return to him. Not because he makes the world quiet. He doesn't. But because he makes its absurdity easier to bear. You can open one of his books late at night. The room is quiet. The outside world is temporarily distant. You begin reading. A voice appears. Casual. Confident. Mischievous. A little tired. A little suspicious. And suddenly someone from the 19th century is speaking directly to you. The distance collapses. The years disappear. The river appears again. The steamboat moves through the darkness. And Mark Twain begins another story. The strange thing about immortality is that it does not look like immortality. It looks like someone opening a book. It looks like a child laughing at Tom Sawyer. It looks like a student arguing about Huck Finn. It looks like an old reader returning to a favorite passage. It looks like a historian finding an old letter. It looks like a stranger searching his name. It looks like a voice coming through headphones in the middle of the night. No statues required. No grand ceremony. Just attention. Someone remembers. Someone reads. Someone listens. And the dead speak again. Not literally, of course, but close enough. That is the kind of immortality writers receive. Not eternal life. Eternal interruption. They interrupt the present. They enter our thoughts. They make us reconsider things. They remind us that other people lived before us. They worried about many of the same things. They made many of the same mistakes. They hoped for many of the same things. And then they disappeared. Just as we eventually will. There is something strangely peaceful about that. Because history reminds us that we are not the first. And we will not be the last. Our worries may feel enormous. But people before us also thought their problems were enormous. Then time moved on. The river continued. The stars remained. The world changed. And somehow, life continued. Mark Twain's story is therefore not only about a famous writer. It is about the passage of time. A boy becomes a man. A man becomes an old man. A century disappears. A country changes. A language changes. A culture changes. And yet the same human questions remain. Who are we? What do we owe one another? What does freedom mean? Why do we lie? Why do we love? Why do we lose? Why do we laugh? Why do we remember? Twain spent a lifetime circling those questions. He never solved them. Perhaps he knew that solving them would be less interesting than asking them. So he kept asking. And we keep reading. The river keeps moving. The old books remain on shelves. Dusk gathers. Pages yellow. Ink fades. But words remain surprisingly stubborn. They wait. For someone to open the cover. For someone to turn the page. For someone to hear the voice. And somewhere in that quiet moment, Mark Twain returns. Not as the celebrity in the white suit. Not as the famous face. But as the storyteller. The man who once stood beside a river. The man who listened. The man who noticed. The man who laughed. The man who lost. The man who kept writing. And perhaps that is enough. Perhaps the greatest legacy a person can leave is not wealth, not fame, not monuments, but a way of seeing. Mark Twain left us one. Look closer. Listen carefully. Question authority. Distrust appearances. Laugh when you can. Remember the people who are forgotten. And never assume that civilization has made us as wise as we think it has. The night grows deeper now. The Mississippi is somewhere far away. Perhaps you can imagine it. The slow sound of water against the shore. The distant creak of wood. The faint call of something moving through the darkness. No audience. No applause. No newspaper reporters. No publisher waiting for a manuscript. Just water. And time. And memory. Mark Twain once made his living telling people stories. Now the story is finished. But the voice remains. And so, very quietly, we close the book. Not because there is nothing left to say, but because sometimes a story should be allowed to rest. The pages settle. The lamp burns low. The river continues beyond the window. And the last thought is perhaps the simplest one. A human life is brief. A story can be longer. A good story can cross generations. And a great voice can cross centuries. Mark Twain's did. So let the old river grow quiet. Let the steamboat disappear into the mist. Let the 19th century fade beyond the horizon. And let the boy beside the water become, once again, only a silhouette. Watching. Listening. Waiting for the next bend. The river moves. The night deepens. And somewhere beyond the darkness, another story is waiting to be told. The man behind the white suit. There is a photograph of Mark Twain that has become almost impossible to escape. The white hair. The heavy eyebrows. The mustache. The dark suit or pale jacket. The eyes looking directly at the camera with an expression that seems to contain several different emotions at once. Amusement. Suspicion. Fatigue. Perhaps even a little irritation. He looks as though someone has just told him a very serious lie, and he has decided to wait patiently until the liar finishes. It is a remarkable face, and because it became so famous, it can be easy to forget that there was a person behind it. A person who woke up in the morning. A person who sometimes felt lonely. A person who worried about money. A person who missed people. A person who could be impatient. A person who loved his family. A person who could spend an entire afternoon thinking about an invention that probably should have been left alone. A person who could sit quietly and remember something that happened 50 years earlier. The famous Mark Twain was always partly a performance. Samuel Clemens was the man underneath. And perhaps the older he became, the harder it was to keep the two completely separate. The public wanted the humorist. The private man was increasingly carrying grief. This tension had always existed. Even during his most successful years, Twain could be surprisingly serious. He could walk into a crowded lecture hall and make hundreds of people laugh, then return to a quiet hotel room and think about something entirely different. That contrast became stronger with age. Fame gives a person an unusual problem. Everyone knows the version of you that they want to know. Very few people know the version that exists when the audience is gone. For Twain, the public version was easy to recognize. He was the storyteller, the humorist, the American philosopher with a cigar, the man who could turn an ordinary observation into a joke. But there was another Twain, a quieter man, a man who wrote letters, a man who remembered old friends, a man who worried about his daughters, a man who struggled with grief, a man who questioned religion, a man who sometimes believed humanity was fundamentally foolish, and a man who could become deeply absorbed in a single memory. This private Twain appears most clearly in his correspondence and autobiographical writings. Letters are strange things. A public speech is designed for an audience. A novel is designed for readers. A letter can be written for one person. It can be intimate, casual, angry, affectionate, petty, honest. Sometimes all at once. Twain wrote thousands of letters. Through them, we see a man who was much more complicated than the famous white-suited figure. He could be generous with friends. He could be demanding. He could give advice. He could complain. He could praise someone enthusiastically and then become irritated with them later. He could make plans and abandon them. He could be sentimental and sarcastic within the same paragraph. In other words, he behaved like an ordinary human being, which is perhaps comforting. Great writers are often presented as if they were born already carrying profound wisdom. They were not. They had dirty laundry. They forgot things. They made mistakes. They had bad moods. They got sick. They worried about bills. They argued with relatives. They occasionally said something foolish. Mark Twain was no exception. His greatness did not come from being superhuman. It came from being unusually observant. He noticed his own foolishness. And sometimes, after making a mistake, he could eventually turn around and make a joke about it. That ability is underrated. Self-awareness is not the same thing as perfection. It is simply the ability to recognize that you are not perfect. Twain had plenty of evidence. His financial adventures provided enough material for several lectures. He had invested in inventions he did not fully understand. He had trusted people who were not always trustworthy. He had spent money too quickly. He had occasionally allowed enthusiasm to overpower judgment. And yet he continued. Perhaps he understood that embarrassment does not have to be permanent. You can survive it. You can learn from it. Sometimes you can even publish it. The 19th century equivalent of turning your worst mistake into content, only with much better prose. Twain's fascination with technology is particularly revealing. He loved inventions. This seems strange when we remember his later pessimism, but it makes sense. He was not necessarily pessimistic about technology itself. He was pessimistic about what human beings might do with it. A machine was neutral. People were not. A printing machine could spread books. It could also spread lies. A telegraph could connect people. It could also spread rumors at unprecedented speed. A railroad could make travel easier. It could also move soldiers quickly. A modern weapon could be more efficient. That did not make killing morally better. Twain lived during the beginning of industrial modernity. He saw machines becoming part of daily life. He recognized their possibilities. But he also understood that progress in tools did not guarantee progress in character. This idea appears repeatedly in his later writings. Human beings become more powerful, but do they become wiser? That question would remain relevant long after he died, perhaps more relevant than ever. Twain's fascination with the future also explains his interest in science fiction. A Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's court is often treated as a comic fantasy. But beneath the humor is a serious experiment. What happens when modern technology enters an ancient society? The answer, at first, seems obvious. The modern man will win. He knows electricity. He understands engineering. He knows how to organize production. He knows how to manufacture weapons. He can introduce modern conveniences. He can educate people. He can transform the kingdom. And perhaps he can. But Twain refuses to let that be the end of the story. Because technology creates power. And power creates temptation. Once the modern man has superior weapons, what happens when someone disagrees with him? Does progress remain peaceful? Or does the ability to dominate make domination easier? Twain had seen enough history to know the answer. The danger of technological optimism is the assumption that better tools automatically create better people. They do not. A foolish person with a powerful machine is still foolish. Only now the consequences may be larger. That thought appears again and again in Twain's later worldview. Civilization gives us more sophisticated ways to express ancient instincts. We still want status. We still want territory. We still want control. We still fear outsiders. We still create enemies. We still justify violence. The machines simply become more efficient. This is why Twain's later pessimism can sometimes feel almost prophetic. He was not predicting individual events. He was recognizing patterns. And patterns are often more durable than predictions. He had watched human beings invent new explanations for old behavior. People claimed they were fighting for civilization, but sometimes they simply wanted land. People claimed they were spreading freedom, but sometimes they wanted influence. People claimed they were defending morality, but sometimes they wanted power. Twain had become suspicious of noble language. The more beautiful the speech, the more closely he wanted to examine the behavior underneath it. Perhaps this suspicion began in childhood. His father was a stern and serious man. The family struggled financially. The household was not wealthy. Twain grew up in a society where social rank mattered. He learned early that people did not always say what they meant. A person could be respectable and cruel. A person could be poor and generous. A person could be educated and foolish. A person could be ignorant and wise. The world refused to behave according to neat categories. Twain noticed. And once you notice something like that, it becomes difficult to stop. He became fascinated by hypocrisy. Not because hypocrisy was unusual, because it was everywhere. People wanted to appear good. That was natural. But appearing good could sometimes become more important than actually being good. And that was where Twain's satire entered. He exposed the difference between appearance and reality. The respectable town could contain corruption. The civilized society could contain cruelty. The pious person could behave badly. The educated person could be ridiculous. The child could be more honest than the adult. This inversion became one of his favorite literary techniques. Take the person everyone trusts. Look closer. Take the person everyone dismisses. Listen carefully. There may be more truth there. It is an old storytelling technique, but Twain made it feel distinctly American. Perhaps because America itself was full of contradictions. It proclaimed equality while maintaining enormous inequality. It celebrated freedom while slavery existed. It praised democracy while political power was limited. It celebrated progress while people were exploited. It called itself civilized while participating in brutal wars. Twain saw these contradictions and refused to let them disappear beneath patriotic language. This was one reason some people found him offensive. He was not always willing to play along. He could criticize the country while still loving it. He could admire American energy while despising American arrogance. He could celebrate freedom while asking why freedom was not distributed equally. That kind of patriotism is uncomfortable. It does not allow easy applause, but it may be more serious than praise. Because praise is easy. Criticism requires attention. Twain paid attention. And the more he paid attention, the darker some of his conclusions became. His later writings sometimes suggest that humanity is fundamentally selfish, that people behave morally only when it is convenient, that institutions exist partly to protect themselves, that civilization is thinner than we like to believe. These ideas can sound depressing, and yet Twain remained funny. This is the strange contradiction at the center of his later life. The more pessimistic he became, the more valuable his humor became. Perhaps because humor gave him a way to live with his conclusions. If humanity is ridiculous, laugh. If politicians are ridiculous, laugh. If your own decisions are ridiculous, laugh. If the universe is indifferent, perhaps you can at least tell a good story about it. Laughter does not solve despair, but it can create distance from it. That distance matters. It allows us to look at something painful without being completely consumed by it. Twain knew how to create that distance. He could stand one step away from tragedy and observe the absurd details. That did not make him heartless. It made him survivable. He needed that ability. Because his private life contained enormous pain, the deaths of his children changed him permanently. His son Langdon had died as an infant. His daughter Susie died young. His daughter Jean died young. Olivia, his wife, died before him. By the end of his life, the people he had loved most had gradually disappeared. This is difficult to imagine. We tend to think of famous people as having unusually large lives. But grief does not care about fame. A famous person loses someone they love in exactly the same way an unknown person does. The room becomes empty. The chair remains. The clothes remain. The handwriting remains. The voice disappears. And there is nothing to replace it. Twain wrote about death repeatedly, sometimes philosophically, sometimes humorously, sometimes bitterly, sometimes with almost unbearable sadness. But he never really escaped it. Perhaps nobody does. The older he became, the more the past surrounded him. He had accumulated memories, and memories have weight. When you are young, the past is small. A few years, a few childhood summers, a few teachers, a few friendships. When you are 70, the past can contain entire vanished worlds. People who died decades ago, cities that changed, buildings demolished, languages altered, customs forgotten, technologies replaced. The young version of yourself becoming almost unrecognizable. Twain carried all of that. The past was not behind him. It was inside him. And perhaps this is why his later writing feels slower, more reflective, less interested in proving anything. The young Twain wanted to become famous. The middle-aged Twain wanted to succeed. The older Twain wanted to understand. There is a difference. Ambition asks, "What can I become?" Age asks, "What did it all mean?" Twain spent his final years circling that second question. What did it all mean? The money, the fame, the books, the travels, the lectures, the inventions, the mistakes, the family, the losses, the laughter. What remained? The answer was not obvious. Perhaps the books. Perhaps the memories. Perhaps the people he had influenced. Perhaps nothing. Twain sometimes sounded close to the last possibility. He could be extraordinarily pessimistic about the human condition, but he also continued to write. And writing itself suggests a kind of faith. If nothing matters, why write? If no one can understand, why explain? If the future is hopeless, why preserve memory? Twain never stopped. That contradiction tells us something. Perhaps beneath his pessimism was a stubborn hope. Not necessarily hope that humanity would become perfect, but hope that individuals could still recognize absurdity, could still laugh, could still question, could still choose differently. Perhaps that was enough. Twain's relationship with religion illustrates this tension. He had become deeply skeptical. He questioned traditional Christian ideas. He criticized organized religion. He struggled with the problem of suffering. But he never stopped thinking about religious questions. That itself is significant. Indifference is different from doubt. A person who does not care about religion does not spend years arguing with it. Twain cared. He wrestled. He challenged. He questioned. Sometimes angrily. Sometimes humorously. Sometimes sadly. His skepticism was part of his search for moral honesty. He did not want comforting explanations that did not match reality. If people suffered, he wanted to know why. If God was good, why was the world so cruel? If civilization was improving, why did powerful nations continue to wage war? If people were rational, why did they repeatedly behave irrationally? There were no easy answers. Twain did not pretend otherwise. And perhaps that is another reason his work feels modern. Modern life is full of certainty offered by people who cannot possibly know everything. Twain's instinct was to step back. Maybe. Perhaps. Look again. Are you sure? That little pause before certainty is valuable. It is the space where thinking happens. Twain lived in an age of enormous confidence. The 19th century often believed strongly in progress. Science would solve problems. Industry would create wealth. Education would improve society. Technology would make life better. Empires would spread civilization. The future would be better than the past. Twain had witnessed enough to be skeptical. He had seen progress. But he had also seen suffering. He had seen inventions. But he had also seen greed. He had seen wealth. But he had also seen poverty. He had seen freedom. But he had also seen prejudice. He had seen democracy. But he had also seen corruption. Progress was real. But progress was not simple. Perhaps that is the most balanced way to understand him. Twain was not anti-modern. He was anti-self-congratulation. He did not hate progress. He hated the assumption that progress made people automatically virtuous. That distinction is important. He loved books. He loved technology. He loved travel. He loved new ideas. He loved the energy of modern life. He simply wanted people to remain honest about its costs. That honesty became increasingly important in his later political writings. His opposition to imperialism was not an isolated opinion. It fit his larger philosophy. He distrusted powerful nations, describing their actions as benevolent. The language of empire could be beautiful. Civilization. Education. Progress. Christianity. Order. But Twain wanted to know what happened on the ground. Who was killed? Who was displaced? Who controlled the land? Who made the money? Who had the right to object? His writing attacked the hypocrisy of imperialism because he recognized the same pattern he had seen in individual human beings. The powerful person justifies himself. The powerful nation does the same. The scale changes. The psychology does not. This is one reason his anti-imperialist writings remain important. They show that the humorist was capable of becoming a serious political thinker. He did not always argue systematically. He was not a political scientist. He was a satirist. His weapon was ridicule. And ridicule can puncture propaganda. A nation can describe itself as heroic. A satirist can describe the same nation behaving absurdly. Suddenly, the heroic story looks less convincing. Twain understood the value of that. He had spent his life doing it to individuals. Now he did it to governments. The old humorist had become a moral critic. And yet, even as his politics became more serious, his fascination with ordinary life never disappeared. He remained interested in people. The small details. The way someone spoke. The way a child behaved. The way a stranger reacted to embarrassment. The way people dressed. The way travelers complained. The way Americans talked about foreigners. The way foreigners talked about Americans. These observations kept his writing alive. Because history is not only made by presidents. It is made by people buying groceries. By children playing in streets. By workers arriving early. By travelers getting lost. By families sitting around dinner tables. By people writing letters. By people falling in love. By people arguing over money. By people trying to sleep while worrying about tomorrow. Twain understood this. He knew that the ordinary was where life actually happened. And that may be why his stories feel so intimate. They do not begin with the universe. They begin with a boy. A fence. A river. A town. A conversation. A problem. Something small. Then the world expands. That is how life works. A small decision can change everything. A small mistake can become a career. A small town can produce a famous writer. A childhood memory can become a novel. A joke can become a quotation. A river can become a literary symbol. Nothing announces its importance in advance. That may be the quietest lesson in Twain's biography. Pay attention. You do not know which ordinary moment will become important later. The boy who watched steamboats did not know he was collecting material. The printer did not know he was learning the rhythms of language. The newspaper reporter did not know he was practicing observation. The lecturer did not know he was perfecting a public voice. The failed investor did not know his disaster would become part of his legend. The grieving father did not know his private sorrow would deepen his understanding of humanity. We only understand the shape of a life afterward. While living it, we experience fragments. That is perhaps why Twain's life feels so cinematic. Because the meaning emerges only in retrospect. The river. The war. The books. The fame. The money. The losses. The old age. The comet. The silence. Each event seems separate while it is happening. Later, we draw a line between them. We call it a life. But perhaps it is really a collection of moments that happen to continue. And now, as we look back at Twain from more than a century away, the collection has become a story. A very long story. A story about a boy who wanted to see the world. A young man who searched for work. A writer who discovered his voice. A celebrity who discovered the cost of fame. A businessman who discovered the danger of optimism. A husband who discovered love. A father who discovered grief. An old man who discovered memory. And a writer who discovered that the final audience is always somewhere in the future. He could not see us. But his words reached us anyway. That is the strange miracle of books. The dead can still speak. Not loudly. Not continuously. Only when someone opens the page. Then the voice returns. A little laughter. A little sadness. A little irritation. A little wisdom. A little nonsense. Then silence again. Perhaps that is enough. The room is quiet. The book is open. The page is waiting. And Mark Twain, somewhere beyond the century that separated him from us, is still smiling that peculiar smile. The smile of a man who has just noticed something ridiculous. Something about people. Something about power. Something about himself. Something about the world. He does not explain it immediately. He simply waits. Because the joke is better when you discover it yourself. And perhaps that is how we should remember him. Not as a statue. Not as a perfect moral figure. Not as a photograph. But as a voice. A voice saying, very softly, "Look again. There is something you missed. Look at the river. Look at the people. Look at yourself. And then, if you can, laugh." The night continues. The lamp becomes dimmer. The pages turn more slowly. Outside, the modern world keeps moving. Cars pass. Phones glow. Cities hum. People argue. People work. People dream. People worry. People fall asleep. And beneath all of it, somewhere in the imagination, the old Mississippi continues to move. Slowly. Patiently. Unconcerned with centuries. The water does not know that Mark Twain became famous. It does not know that his books became classics. It does not know that people still study him. The river simply moves. And perhaps that is the most appropriate ending for a life devoted to observation. The man watched the river. The river watched nothing. It simply continued. And so does time. And so do we. Until eventually, like Twain, we become part of the past. A memory. A photograph. A name. A story. And perhaps, if we were lucky, a voice someone still wants to hear when the world becomes quiet. The last years. By the beginning of the 20th century, Mark Twain had become something almost larger than a human being. He was a public institution. A familiar face. A national voice. A man whose name could sell books before anyone knew what the book was about. He had become the white-haired humorist, the old American storyteller, the man with the cigar and the unmistakable mustache. But fame has an odd habit. The older you become, the more people remember the image and forget the person. The world saw Mark Twain. Samuel Clemens was growing tired. He was entering the final chapter of his life, carrying a collection of memories that had become heavier with every passing year. The house was quieter. The laughter of children was mostly memory. The people who had once filled his life were disappearing. And yet, outside his private rooms, the public continued to ask for Mark Twain. They wanted the jokes, the speeches, the opinions. the famous face, the storyteller. And he continued to give them pieces of himself, even when there was less of himself left to give. This is one of the quiet tragedies of fame. The audience does not always notice when the performer is exhausted. The audience wants the performance. Twain understood this better than most. He had spent decades performing, sometimes literally, in lecture halls, sometimes through books, sometimes simply by appearing in public as Mark Twain. But by this point, he had become old enough to look back at the younger man who had built that identity, and perhaps he wondered what had happened to him. The boy from Hannibal, the young printer, the river pilot, the restless traveler, the newspaper writer, the ambitious humorist, the young husband, the father, the famous author, the businessman, the bankrupt investor, the international celebrity, the grieving widower. All those people were somehow the same person, and yet they felt like strangers. This is one of the peculiar experiences of old age. You remember yourself as a child. You remember what your voice sounded like. You remember your mother's face. You remember places that no longer exist. You remember people who have been dead for decades. And yet the person who experienced those memories is difficult to locate. You are still here, but the world that produced you is gone. Twain knew this feeling intimately. The 19th century had disappeared. The world of his childhood had almost completely vanished. The old Mississippi river towns were changing. Railroads had transformed travel. Telephones had begun connecting homes. Electric lights were changing cities. Automobiles were appearing. Modern advertising was growing. The world was speeding up. And Twain, who had once been fascinated by speed and technology, increasingly seemed to belong to another rhythm. He had grown up in a world where news traveled slowly, where letters took time, where travel required patience, where evenings were long, where darkness was actually dark. Now the world was becoming brighter, louder, faster. The future had arrived, and Twain had lived long enough to watch it arrive. Perhaps that is one reason his final years contained so much reflection. The past had become more vivid because the present was changing so quickly. When the world changes around you, memory becomes a kind of shelter. You return to places that no longer exist. You revisit people who cannot answer. You walk through streets that have been rebuilt. You hear old voices in your head. The past becomes almost physical. Twain's writing increasingly moved backward. He wrote about childhood. He wrote about earlier America. He wrote about dead friends. He returned repeatedly to his memories of the Mississippi. He became an archivist of his own life. Not because he believed himself perfect, but because he understood that memory disappears if no one records it. And he had spent his life recording. The trouble was that memory can hurt, especially when it contains people you can never see again. His wife, Olivia, had been the emotional center of his adult life. She had been his partner through fame, financial difficulty, travel, family life, and tragedy. She had often helped manage his work. She understood the man behind the public character. And when she died in 1904, something fundamental disappeared. Twain was not the same afterward. He had already experienced enormous grief. But Olivia's death left a different kind of emptiness. The person who had shared the ordinary years with him was gone. There would be no more quiet conversations in the same way. No more shared household routines. No more looking across the room and seeing the familiar face. The house became a place filled with memories. And memory can make a house feel crowded and empty at the same time. There are rooms full of objects, but the person who gave those objects meaning is gone. Twain continued writing. He continued appearing in public, but his inner world had changed. His humor became darker. His skepticism sharpened. His thoughts about death became more frequent, and his relationship with the past became almost obsessive. He was looking backward because so much of what he loved was behind him. There is a tendency to imagine pessimism as simple sadness. But Twain's pessimism was more complicated. He could still be funny. He could still be curious. He could still become excited about an idea. He could still enjoy conversation. But underneath it all was a growing awareness of mortality. Everyone he loved was leaving. Eventually he would leave too. That realization did not make him silent. It made him write. Perhaps writing was his way of keeping the dead company. A sentence can preserve a person. A story can preserve a voice. A memory can be carried across decades. The dead cannot return, but their names can. and Twain was determined to remember. He had always been interested in memory, but now memory became almost a moral responsibility. If a person mattered to you, remember them. If a place mattered, describe it. If a moment mattered, record it. If a life disappears completely, it is as if it had never happened. Twain understood that history can be cruel in this way. Most people vanish. Not because they were unimportant, simply because nobody wrote them down. A famous person leaves photographs, letters, books, newspaper articles. A poor laborer may leave nothing. A child may leave only a name on a grave. A woman may be remembered only through someone else's memory. Twain's work often gave attention to people who would otherwise have been overlooked. That was one of his greatest strengths. He noticed ordinary people. He noticed speech. He noticed labor. He noticed children. He noticed travelers. He noticed people living at the edges of respectability. He knew that history happens everywhere, not just in government buildings, not just on battlefields, not just in palaces. History happens in kitchens, in workshops, on riverboats, in hotel rooms, in classrooms, in small towns, in the conversations people have when they think nobody important is listening. Twain listened. And then he wrote. His later years were also marked by public recognition. Universities honored him. Public figures admired him. He became a symbol of American literature. He received honorary degrees. He was treated as a national treasure. And yet, there is something almost ironic about becoming a national treasure late in life. A treasure is admired. A treasure is protected. A treasure is placed somewhere safe. But a human being does not want to become an object. Twain was still a person. He could still be irritated. He could still disagree. He could still make mistakes. He could still wake up in a bad mood. The public image was polished. The private life remained messy. This contrast is particularly visible in photographs from his later years. The famous white suit makes him look almost theatrical, but the eyes often look tired. He had seen too much. The humor was still there, but so was exhaustion. Perhaps that is why the later photographs feel different. The young Twain looks mischievous. The older Twain looks knowing. There is a difference. Mischief expects the future. Knowing looks at the past. By now, Twain had accumulated enough experience to understand that almost every human plan contains an element of absurdity. People think they control their lives. Then something happens. A war. An illness. A financial collapse. A death. A political upheaval. A letter. A meeting. A stranger. One small event can change everything. Twain had experienced this repeatedly. He had once imagined a career on the river. Then the Civil War changed his path. He had imagined financial success. Then investments failed. He had imagined a long family life. Then illness and death intervened. He had imagined growing old surrounded by loved ones. Then many of them disappeared. The lesson was impossible to miss. Life does not negotiate. It simply happens. And perhaps the only response is to remain awake, to notice, to adapt, to laugh when possible, and to grieve when necessary. Twain did all four. His later political writing also became increasingly forceful. He opposed American imperialism. He criticized the Philippine-American War. He questioned the idea that powerful nations had the moral right to conquer weaker societies in the name of civilization. He joined the Anti-Imperialist League. He wrote with unusual anger. The humorist was still there. But now the humor had teeth. He had become convinced that civilized language could conceal brutal actions. A nation could speak of freedom while imposing control. It could speak of Christianity while killing. It could speak of progress while exploiting. Twain's criticism was not merely political. It was moral. He had reached the point where satire was no longer enough. Sometimes he wanted to say plainly, "This is wrong." And he did. That side of Twain is important because it complicates the image of the harmless humorist. He was not harmless. At his best, humor is disruptive. It makes powerful people uncomfortable. It questions assumptions. It makes respectable institutions look ridiculous. And Twain understood that. The man who had once mocked European tourists was now capable of mocking governments. The scale had expanded. The target had become larger. But the method remained the same. Look at what people claim. Then compare it with what they do. If the two do not match, there is something to write about. This became especially important in his later years because the world was entering an era of mass politics. Newspapers had enormous influence. Nationalism was growing. Industrial economies were becoming interconnected. Empires competed globally. Modern warfare was becoming more destructive. The old 19th century world was not simply disappearing. It was producing the 20th century. And Twain could see the transition. He did not know how catastrophic the coming century would become. He could not know about the world wars. He could not know about the Holocaust. He could not know about nuclear weapons. He could not know about the Cold War. But he understood that technology and nationalism could create dangerous combinations. He understood that human beings were capable of organizing enormous violence. And he feared that civilization was not as civilized as it claimed. This fear appears repeatedly in his later work. Yet he still had moments of warmth. He still loved children. He still admired curiosity. He still enjoyed jokes. He still enjoyed conversation. He could still become excited by a clever idea. The pessimism never completely erased the affection. That is important. A person who truly hates humanity does not spend a lifetime studying it so carefully. Twain's obsession with human behavior suggests fascination. He found us ridiculous, but he also found us interesting, perhaps unbearably interesting. Like watching a group of people attempt to build a complicated machine without reading the instructions. You know something will go wrong. You are almost certain something will go wrong, and yet you keep watching. Because perhaps, just perhaps, they will surprise you. That was Twain's relationship with humanity. Disappointed. Amused. Curious. Sometimes hopeful. Sometimes furious. But always watching. The final years also brought a strange transformation in the public's relationship with him. He had become an old man people wanted to meet. Students wanted his signature. Writers wanted his approval. Politicians wanted his presence. Reporters wanted quotations. Visitors wanted to hear him speak. He was no longer simply an author. He was an American cultural figure. And there is something exhausting about being symbolic. A symbol cannot easily have a bad day. A symbol cannot say, "Please leave me alone." A symbol belongs to everyone. But Twain was still a person. Sometimes he withdrew. Sometimes he traveled. Sometimes he lived quietly. Sometimes he returned to public life. His health became more fragile. Age does not arrive all at once. It comes in small betrayals. The stairs become harder. The eyes tire. The body becomes less reliable. The names of people take longer to remember. The night becomes more interrupted. The world becomes louder than it once seemed. And eventually the body begins to insist that time is limited. Twain knew. He had been thinking about mortality for decades. Now it was no longer philosophical. It was physical. His heart was weakening. His health was declining. He was in his 70s. The century he had been born into was almost gone, and he was nearing the end of his own journey. There was a strange symmetry to his life. He had been born in 1835, the same year Halley's Comet appeared in the sky. Twain became fascinated by this coincidence. He later joked that he expected to die when the comet returned. He said, in effect, that he had come in with it and expected to go out with it. The comet returned in 1910, and Twain died that same year. It was an almost absurdly perfect ending. Too perfect, perhaps. The sort of detail a novelist might reject as unrealistic. And yet history occasionally produces scenes that sound invented. Halley's Comet crossed the sky. Twain's life was ending. The old river pilot was approaching the final bend. In his last months, he was increasingly aware of his mortality. There was no dramatic battlefield, no assassin, no grand political collapse, just age, illness, memory, time. The same forces that eventually end every human life. And perhaps that makes the ending more powerful. Twain did not need a dramatic death. His life had already been dramatic enough. He had traveled across continents. He had become famous. He had lost fortunes. He had loved. He had lost. He had changed American literature. The final event was simply the body becoming unable to continue. That is how most lives end. Quietly. Not with a trumpet. Not with a curtain. Just a gradual closing. In April 1910, Mark Twain died. He was 74 years old. The world that had known him reacted immediately. Newspapers published tributes. Public figures remembered him. Readers mourned. America mourned. The famous humorist was gone. But the strange thing about death is that it creates a silence that literature can break. Within days, people began telling stories about him. Within years, scholars began interpreting him. Within decades, students began reading him. Within generations, new readers discovered him. And the story continued. The man had died. The character remained. But perhaps we should pause here. Because death does not make a person wise. It does not erase their contradictions. It does not turn mistakes into virtues. It simply freezes the record. After death, the arguments continue without the person. Twain could no longer clarify what he meant. He could no longer revise an opinion. He could no longer apologize. He could no longer explain a joke. He could no longer write another book. The future belonged to readers. And readers can be unpredictable. They can admire the wrong things. They can misunderstand. They can discover meanings the author never intended. They can reject what earlier generations loved. They can find new truths in old sentences. That is what happened to Twain. His reputation changed. His books were challenged. His ideas were debated. His language became controversial. His politics were reconsidered. His humor was re-examined. His private life was studied. His family was investigated. His letters were published. His unpublished works appeared. The dead man became a historical subject. And there is something slightly funny about that. Twain spent his life making fun of people who took themselves too seriously. Then historians arrived and began taking him extremely seriously. Every sentence became evidence. Every letter became a clue. Every friendship became a footnote. Every disagreement became an argument. The man who spent his life mocking intellectual pretension became an object of enormous intellectual attention. History has a sense of humor, and perhaps Twain would have appreciated it. His final resting place became a place of pilgrimage. People came to remember him. They came because of the books, because of the humor, because of the river, because of the image, because they wanted to stand near the grave of someone whose words had survived. But graves are strange. The person is not there. The stone is there. The name is there. The dates are there. The person is elsewhere, if anywhere. What remains is memory. And memory is the real monument. Twain's greatest monument was never a statue. It was the collection of stories people continued telling. Tom Sawyer climbing out of trouble. Huck drifting down the river. A Connecticut Yankee entering a world that makes no sense. Travelers behaving foolishly. Politicians being mocked. Civilization being questioned. Humanity being observed. The Mississippi moving quietly through it all. These stories became his second life. A literary life. One that did not end in 1910. And perhaps that is where the next chapter begins. Because once the man disappears, the myth begins. The image of Mark Twain becomes cleaner. Simpler. More recognizable. The white suit. The cigar. The quote. The famous face. The humor. But behind that image remains the complicated person. And perhaps the real task of history is to keep the person visible. Not the statue. Not the myth. The human being. Samuel Clemens. A boy who grew up beside a river. A boy who lost his father young. A young man who searched for a profession. A river pilot who learned to read currents. A writer who learned to read people. A husband. A father. A businessman. A traveler. A skeptic. A patriot. A critic. A grieving old man. A storyteller. All of them were Mark Twain. None of them completely was. The truth lives somewhere in the combination. And perhaps that is why we still find him interesting. Because he never completely resolved himself. He remained contradictory. Like America. Like history. Like us. The night is almost silent now. The comet has passed. The old man is gone. The river remains. And if you listen carefully, perhaps you can imagine the faintest sound of water moving against a wooden dock. Slow. Steady. Patient. The same river Twain watched as a boy. The same river he wrote about decades later. The same river that existed before him, and will exist after all of us. That is the humbling thing about history. We are temporary. The world is not. Our names may survive. Our words may survive. Our stories may survive. But the body returns to the earth. The river keeps moving. The stars continue. Morning comes. And perhaps, for Mark Twain, that was the final joke. He had spent his life worrying about humanity. He had spent his life criticizing civilization. He had spent his life trying to understand existence. And in the end, existence did not explain itself. It simply continued. The comet passed. The river flowed. The sun rose. And another day began. Without him. But with his words. And that may be enough. Because sometimes the best a human being can hope for is not to remain forever. It is simply to leave behind something that makes the next generation stop for a moment. Something that makes them laugh. Something that makes them question. Something that makes them remember. Something that makes them look at the river a little longer than they otherwise would. Mark Twain left us all of that. So now, as the story begins to settle into silence, we can let the final image remain. An old man in a quiet room. White hair. Tired eyes. A page in front of him. Outside night. Somewhere far away, the river. Above him, the comet. And in his mind, perhaps, all the worlds he had lived through. The smell of the Mississippi. The sound of a steamboat whistle. The voices of childhood friends. The face of his mother. The voice of his wife. The laughter of his children. The noise of printing presses. The applause of theaters. The arguments of politicians. The laughter of strangers. The silence of empty rooms. All of it together. One long life. One strange journey. One story. And then, finally, quiet. The page remains. The words remain. The river moves. And the night continues. After the man, the myth. After Mark Twain died, something peculiar happened. He became easier to understand. At least, people thought he did. Death has a way of simplifying human beings. While a person is alive, they are constantly changing. They contradict themselves. They change their minds. They make new mistakes. They apologize. They refuse to apologize. They grow. They become tired. They surprise their friends. They surprise themselves. But once they die, the movement stops. The story can be edited. The complicated person can become a character. And Mark Twain became a character almost immediately. America had lost one of its most recognizable voices. Newspapers remembered the humorist. Readers remembered the storyteller. Politicians remembered the critic. Publishers remembered the best-selling author. Children remembered Tom Sawyer. Students would soon remember Huck Finn. And historians would begin the long process of turning a living man into a historical subject. The irony would have amused Twain. He had spent his life mocking people who tried to make the world neat. Now, after his death, people began making his life neat. The white suit became iconic. The mustache became symbolic. The cigar became part of the costume. The name Mark Twain became almost inseparable from the image. Samuel Clemens began disappearing behind his own creation. But the books remained. And books are much harder to simplify. A photograph gives you one face. A book gives you thousands of possibilities. A photograph says, this is what he looked like. A novel asks, what do you think? And that difference would shape Twain's legacy. In the years after his death, his works continued to circulate widely. They were reprinted, collected, translated, discussed, adapted. Some became children's classics. Others were increasingly recognized as serious literature. The distinction between humorist and great writer began to shift. During his lifetime, Twain had often been treated as an entertainer. A famous one, certainly. A respected one. But still an entertainer. As the decades passed, literary critics began placing him in a larger tradition. American literature before Twain had often looked toward Europe. American writers wanted to demonstrate that the young nation could produce serious literature. They borrowed forms. They imitated styles. They wrote in the language of older literary traditions. Twain did something different. He listened to American speech. He listened to regional voices. He listened to people who did not sound like educated Europeans. He allowed ordinary speech to enter literature. That mattered. Language began to sound different. The American novel became more comfortable with local voices. Dialect became literary material. Regional experience became literary material. The Mississippi became literary material. The frontier became literary material. The small town became literary material. The ordinary person became literary material. Twain helped demonstrate that American literature did not need to apologize for sounding American. That influence would become enormous. Later writers would build upon the idea. They would experiment with regional speech. They would write about ordinary Americans. They would distrust overly polished literary language. They would use humor to explore serious subjects. Twain's influence spread quietly, not always through imitation, sometimes simply through permission. He gave writers permission to sound like themselves. That may be one of the greatest things a writer can give another writer. Permission. Permission to use your own voice. Permission to write about your own place. Permission to describe the people you actually know. Permission to find poetry in ordinary life. The Mississippi did not need to become the Rhine. Hannibal did not need to become Paris. An American boy did not need to speak like a European aristocrat. Twain understood this. And American literature changed because of it. But perhaps the most important part of his legacy would become Huckleberry Finn. The novel gradually moved from popular entertainment toward literary canon. Universities taught it. Critics wrote about it. Students analyzed its structure. Professors discussed its language. Scholars debated its narrator. And the debate never really ended. This is partly because the book refuses to give easy answers. Huck is young. He is not educated in the formal sense. He has absorbed the prejudices of his society. He believes things because the people around him believe them. And yet, when faced with real human relationships, he sometimes discovers that his inherited morality does not match his experience. That tension is central. Huck has been taught one set of rules. His conscience tells him something else. The conflict becomes deeply personal. And Twain does something clever. He does not simply give Huck a lecture about morality. He lets Huck struggle. He lets him make mistakes. He lets him misunderstand. He lets the reader experience the confusion. That makes the moral question more powerful. Instead of saying, "Here is the correct answer," Twain asks, "What would you do?" That question is uncomfortable because it is easy to criticize historical people from a safe distance. It is harder to imagine ourselves inside their world. What would we have believed if we had been raised there? What assumptions would we have inherited? What prejudices would we have considered normal? What would we have been willing to question? History becomes more difficult when we stop imagining ourselves as morally perfect time travelers. Twain understood that. He knew that people inherit ideas. They do not invent every belief independently. Children absorb their surroundings. Adults defend what they absorbed. Society reinforces it. Institutions normalize it. Eventually, something happens that makes the old assumptions impossible to ignore. That is what happens to Huck. His relationship with Jim forces him to confront the difference between abstract social rules and actual human affection. The book therefore becomes a journey through moral uncertainty. And perhaps that is why it continues to disturb readers. It does not let them remain comfortable. Comfort is easy. Reflection is harder. The controversy surrounding the novel also became part of its history. Some readers objected to its language. Others objected to the way race was represented. Some argued that the novel exposes racism. Others argued that its repeated use of racist language can still cause harm. Teachers struggled with how to teach it. Schools sometimes removed it from reading lists. Other schools defended its inclusion. The arguments became complicated, and they continue. That is important to acknowledge. A classic is not automatically harmless. A book can be historically important and still difficult to read. It can contain profound criticism of racism while using language created within a racist society. Those two facts can exist simultaneously. Twain's work forces readers to confront that complexity. And perhaps complexity is the correct response. We do not have to choose between pretending the problem does not exist and pretending the entire book has no value. We can read carefully. We can discuss context. We can recognize the power of the narrative. We can recognize the pain caused by language. We can ask why Twain used certain words. We can ask how readers experience them today. We can ask what the novel reveals about American history. The discussion itself becomes part of the legacy, and this is perhaps fitting. Twain never wanted his readers to remain passive. He wanted them to notice, to question, to laugh, to become uncomfortable, to think. The controversy means the book is still doing something. It is still making people argue, and Twain would probably consider that a sign of life. The alternative is silence. Forgotten books do not cause arguments. They simply disappear. Twain's books refused to disappear. They moved into schools, libraries, bookstores, living rooms, television adaptations, films, stage productions, academic journals, and eventually digital screens. The world changed. The books adapted. The voice survived. There was another reason Twain's reputation grew. America itself became increasingly interested in its own history. The 20th century brought enormous cultural changes. Industrialization accelerated. Cities grew. Mass immigration transformed communities. 2 world wars reshaped global politics. The United States became a world power. Radio changed communication. Movies created new forms of storytelling. Television entered homes. And amid all of this, Twain increasingly became a symbol of an earlier America. The America of riverboats, small towns, steamboats, frontier communities, travel by rail, handwritten letters, gas lamps, newspapers. He represented a world that modern America had left behind. This gave him a kind of nostalgic power. People looked backward through Twain. They saw a slower country. A country that existed before television, before highways, before the internet, before airports, before smartphones. A world in which news traveled more slowly. A world where people could disappear for days. A world where the river mattered enormously. But nostalgia can be dangerous. The past was not necessarily better. It was simply different. The 19th century contained slavery, violence, poverty, disease, child mortality, limited medical knowledge, severe inequality. Women had fewer legal and political rights. Racial discrimination was deeply entrenched. Industrial labor could be brutal. The old world was not a peaceful paradise. Twain knew that. His nostalgia was selective. He remembered childhood freedom, but he also remembered death. He remembered adventure, but he also remembered poverty. He remembered the river, but he also understood the society around it. That is why his writing is more valuable than simple nostalgia. He allows the past to be beautiful and disturbing at the same time, and that is closer to reality. History is rarely either golden or dark. Usually it is both. A beautiful sunset can happen in a cruel society. A terrible event can happen in a beautiful landscape. People can be kind in violent times. People can be cruel in peaceful times. The human world refuses to organize itself into convenient categories. Twain's America was exactly like that. The 20th century also changed how people thought about humor. Comedy became a major industry. Radio comedians, film comedians, television comedians, stand-up comedians, satirical newspapers, political cartoons. Humor became mass entertainment, and Twain's methods could be seen everywhere. The exaggerated character, the ridiculous authority figure, the innocent narrator, the outsider who sees what insiders ignore, the serious subject treated through humor, the joke that contains a criticism. These techniques became part of American culture. Twain was not the only person responsible, but he was one of the great ancestors. His influence moved through generations. A comedian does not need to imitate his voice. They may simply inherit his suspicion. Do not trust the pompous person. Question the official story. Notice the absurdity. Find the joke hiding inside the contradiction. That is Twain's inheritance. And perhaps this explains why his quotations are everywhere. Some are authentic. Some are misattributed. Some have been shortened. Some have been polished. Some were never actually written by him. This too would probably have amused him. The man who became famous for saying clever things eventually had clever things attributed to him that he never said. The internet has multiplied this problem. But Twain lived long enough to understand the danger of quotation. He was already famous enough for people to repeat him. A witty sentence could travel through newspapers. A story could be retold. A remark could become attached to his name. He knew that reputation was partly beyond his control. After death, that control disappeared completely. The myth expanded. Twain became a container into which people placed their favorite ideas. Freedom. Skepticism. Humor. Individualism. American identity. Anti-imperialism. Childhood. Adventure. Satire. Sometimes the image became more confident than the man himself ever was. But the books remained available to correct the myth. Read Twain. Not just quotations about Twain. Read the actual writing. There you encounter contradictions. You encounter jokes that have aged badly. You encounter observations that remain brilliant. You encounter political anger. You encounter tenderness. You encounter cruelty. You encounter wisdom. You encounter nonsense. You encounter the whole person. That is always more interesting. The academic study of Twain expanded dramatically over the decades. Scholars examined his manuscripts, his notebooks, his letters, his drafts, his unfinished works, his speeches, his travels, his political writings, his relationships. The more material scholars found, the less simple the man became, which is exactly what usually happens. Archives destroy myths. The more documents we have, the harder it is to maintain a perfect story. A single quotation can create an image. 1,000 letters complicate it. The more Twain's private writings became available, the more readers saw the distance between his public persona and his private thoughts. The famous humorist could be bitter. The famous pessimist could be affectionate. The famous skeptic could be sentimental. The famous celebrity could be insecure. Again, human. Always human. Perhaps that is why his autobiography is so interesting. He did not simply want to record events. He wanted to control the timing of his own story. He understood that autobiography is partly performance. When you tell your own story, you choose what to emphasize. You decide where to begin. You decide what to leave out. You decide which version of yourself appears. Twain sometimes deliberately complicated chronology. He did not always want the story to be told in the conventional order. That was fitting. Because memory does not work chronologically. We do not remember life as a perfect timeline. We remember images. A room. A face. A smell. A voice. A river. A particular afternoon. Then another memory appears from 30 years later. Then another. The past is not a straight line. It is a landscape. Twain understood that. And in his later autobiographical writing, he often moved through that landscape freely. He returned to childhood. Then jumped forward. Then backward. Then sideways. As though walking through rooms in an enormous house. That house was his memory. And he wanted to leave the doors open. Perhaps because he knew they would eventually close. The 20th century continued to reinterpret him. During periods of war, his anti-war writings gained attention. During debates about race, his writings about slavery and American racism were examined. During debates about empire, his anti-imperialist essays returned to public attention. During discussions about censorship, Huckleberry Finn became a frequent example. During conversations about American identity, Twain appeared again. His relevance changed according to the questions society was asking. That is another characteristic of durable literature. It does not remain important for exactly the same reason. Different generations discover different parts. One generation sees humor. Another sees politics. Another sees race. Another sees language. Another sees psychology. Another sees history. The book remains. The questions change. And that is why classics can feel strangely alive. They are old enough to have accumulated interpretations, but open enough to receive new ones. Twain's work is especially suited to this because he rarely gives readers a completely comfortable position. You may admire one page and dislike the next. You may agree with him about one subject and disagree with him about another. You may laugh at a joke and then realize the joke is more serious than it first appeared. That instability keeps the reader awake, even when the subject is familiar. And perhaps that is why Twain belongs in a documentary designed for sleep. There is something soothing about listening to an old voice discuss human foolishness. Not because the world becomes less complicated, but because someone else has noticed the complications. You are not alone in finding humanity strange. Twain noticed too. He noticed politicians. He noticed tourists. He noticed children. He noticed adults. He noticed himself. And he kept taking notes. The world kept changing. But people remained recognizable. They still wanted money. They still wanted admiration. They still feared embarrassment. They still wanted to belong. They still told stories about themselves. They still justified their mistakes. They still believed they were the reasonable ones. The clothes changed. The machines changed. The vocabulary changed. The human problems remained. This is why Twain's legacy is not simply literary. It is psychological. He became one of the great observers of human self-deception, and perhaps that is one reason he remains funny. A joke about hypocrisy remains funny because hypocrisy remains. A joke about bureaucracy remains funny because bureaucracy remains. A joke about politicians remains funny because politicians remain. A joke about human vanity remains funny because vanity remains. The details change. The pattern survives. And Twain loved patterns. He could recognize one foolish behavior beneath many different costumes. A king. A businessman. A tourist. A preacher. A politician. A child. Different clothing. Same ego. Different vocabulary. Same fear. Different institution. Same desire for power. He understood that people often change their surroundings without changing themselves. And perhaps that is why the modern world did not make him irrelevant. It made him more relevant. The machines became more sophisticated. The arguments became faster. The audiences became larger. But the basic human comedy continued. People still wanted to be admired. They still wanted to be right. They still wanted other people to think well of them. They still feared being exposed. They still invented explanations for their own behavior. The old humorist would have recognized all of it. He might have been overwhelmed by the scale. But the pattern? He would know it immediately. And perhaps he would sit quietly for a moment. Then smile. Then begin writing. The legacy of Mark Twain is therefore not a single thing. It is a collection. A body of books. A collection of characters. A way of speaking. A style of humor. A political conscience. A skeptical attitude. A fascination with ordinary people. A love of language. A suspicion of authority. A memory of the Mississippi. And an enduring belief that the best way to understand a society is sometimes to listen to the jokes people tell about themselves. He became part of America's literary identity. But he also became something more personal. For millions of readers, Twain is the first writer who made them laugh while making them think. The first writer who showed them that serious ideas did not have to sound serious. The first writer who allowed ordinary speech into literature. The first writer who made history feel like a conversation. That is a powerful inheritance. And it is why the man who died in 1910 never really disappeared. He simply changed forms. The living man became the literary figure. The literary figure became the cultural symbol. The cultural symbol became the classroom subject. The classroom subject became the subject of scholarship. And the scholarship eventually returned to the human being. The boy. The river. The family. The grief. The humor. The contradictions. The voice. Perhaps that is the real cycle of history. We simplify people. Then we study them. Then we complicate them again. And eventually, if we are lucky, we see them as human. Not heroes. Not villains. People. Mark Twain was one of those people. He lived long enough to become famous. He lived long enough to become tired of fame. He lived long enough to lose much of what fame could not replace. And then he died. But the books stayed. The river stayed. The questions stayed. And so, quietly, the story continued. The old house became still. The white suit was folded away. The cigar went cold. The chair remained empty. And somewhere, perhaps in another room, someone opened a copy of Tom Sawyer. A child began reading. A boy appeared. A fence appeared. A summer afternoon appeared. The past returned. Not with a trumpet. Not with a ceremony. Just a page turning. And that is how Mark Twain survived. One reader at a time. One page at a time. One quiet night at a time. The world forgot some of his jokes. It misunderstood some of his words. It argued over some of his books. It challenged some of his ideas. But it never completely stopped listening. And perhaps, for a writer, that is the closest thing to immortality. Not being remembered perfectly, being remembered. The river moves. The pages turn. The centuries pass. And somewhere in the quiet, Mark Twain is still talking. The American voice. There is a moment in the life of almost every writer when the writer stops belonging entirely to himself. While alive, a writer can explain. He can correct. He can complain. He can say, "That isn't what I meant." He can write another book. He can answer an interviewer. He can write a letter. He can argue with a critic. He can become angry. He can laugh. But after death, the writer loses that privilege. The words remain. The interpretation belongs to everyone else. Mark Twain entered that strange world in 1910, and over the decades that followed, his voice became part of something much larger than literature. It became part of the American imagination. You can hear traces of Twain in the way Americans tell stories, in the way they exaggerate, in the way they make fun of authority, in the way they turn failure into a joke, in the way they describe ordinary people, in the way they distrust anyone who seems too respectable. That does not mean Twain invented American humor. He did not. America had comedians and storytellers long before him, but Twain gathered many existing traditions and gave them a powerful literary form. He helped turn the American habit of storytelling into literature. And he understood something important about storytelling. The best stories do not simply tell you what happened. They reveal what people are like. A story about a fence can become a story about persuasion. A story about a river can become a story about freedom. A story about travel can become a story about cultural arrogance. A story about a king can become a story about political power. A story about a boy can become a story about morality. Twain constantly moved from the small to the enormous. That was his gift. He could begin with a trivial situation and somehow end up discussing civilization. And sometimes he did it without the reader noticing. You thought you were listening to a funny story. Then, somewhere along the way, you realized you were being asked a serious question. That technique became one of the foundations of modern American humor. Humor does not always announce itself as philosophy. Sometimes philosophy wears a funny hat. Twain understood this. He knew that people become defensive when they are lectured, but they may listen when they are entertained. So he entertained them. And then, quietly, he slipped the knife in. Not a literal knife. Usually. Just an idea. A contradiction. A question. A suspicion. Something that would remain in the mind after the laughter ended. That was Twain's real power. The joke was temporary. The thought was not. One of his greatest contributions was his treatment of spoken language. Before Twain, American literature often sounded more formal than ordinary American speech. Writers sometimes felt that serious literature required serious language. Twain disagreed. People did not speak like that. They spoke with regional accents. They shortened words. They repeated themselves. They made grammatical mistakes. They used slang. They interrupted each other. They told stories badly. They told stories brilliantly. They misunderstood. They exaggerated. They changed their minds halfway through a sentence. In other words, they sounded human. Twain wanted literature to sound human too. This was more revolutionary than it might appear. Language carries social identity. The way someone speaks tells us where they come from. It can reveal education, class, region, age, occupation, culture, even personality. Twain understood that when a character speaks, we should hear the person, not the author pretending to be neutral. This gave his characters extraordinary individuality. Huck does not sound like Tom. Tom does not sound like Jim. A riverboat worker does not sound like a preacher. A politician does not sound like a child. The voices collide, and America itself becomes audible. That may be Twain's greatest literary achievement. He made a country hear itself. A young country. A divided country. A country full of immigrants. Former slaves. Farmers. Workers. Businessmen. Preachers. Gamblers. Travelers. Children. Politicians. Dreamers. Con artists. Idealists. Cynics. People who believed America was the greatest nation on earth. People who thought America was deeply hypocritical. People who simply wanted to get through the week. Twain wrote about all of them. And he understood that America was not one voice. It was thousands. Sometimes shouting over one another. Sometimes pretending to agree. Sometimes speaking completely different languages while insisting everyone understood each other. That complexity became part of his art. He did not need to create a perfect national identity. He showed the mess. And the mess was the point. Perhaps this is why Twain remains so useful for understanding American history. He did not simply describe institutions. He described attitudes. He described the emotional life of the country. Pride. Fear. Ambition. Restlessness. Curiosity. Racism. Optimism. Greed. Generosity. Suspicion. The desire to become something larger. America was a nation constantly reinventing itself. Twain was a man constantly reinventing himself too. He changed careers, names, locations, public identities. He became a printer, a pilot, a reporter, a lecturer, a novelist, a businessman, a celebrity, an activist, an elder statesman of literature. The country and the man had something in common. Neither was finished. Both were improvising. And improvisation is central to Twain's style. His humor often feels like someone thinking aloud. He seems to discover the joke while telling it. That creates intimacy. You feel as though you are sitting beside him, not being lectured, being entertained. That quality made him an extraordinary public speaker. His lecture tours became legendary. Imagine entering a theater in the 19th century. There are no giant digital screens, no microphones in the modern sense, no elaborate lighting system, no video projection, just a stage, a crowd, perhaps some gas lamps, perhaps smoke in the air, people whispering, seats creaking, someone coughing, a child becoming restless, and then Mark Twain walks onto the stage. White suit, mustache, cigar perhaps nearby. He pauses, looks at the audience, and begins. The room becomes quiet. He speaks slowly. He watches the crowd. He adjusts. If a joke works, he lets it breathe. If it fails, he keeps moving. The audience laughs, then listens, then laughs again. This was not merely reading. It was performance. Twain understood timing. He understood silence. He understood anticipation. He understood that sometimes the pause before a joke is more important than the joke itself. That skill influenced generations of American performers. Stand-up comedy would later develop enormous sophistication. But the basic principle remained. The performer observes. The performer interprets. The audience recognizes itself. Then laughter becomes a kind of agreement. Not always agreement with the argument. Sometimes simply agreement that the situation is ridiculous. Twain was exceptionally good at creating that recognition. He could say something absurd and make people realize it was true. That is a rare talent. Most jokes are forgotten. The best jokes become ways of thinking. They enter the language. They become shorthand. A society learns to describe a type of person through a Twain-like observation. A politician becomes a Twain-like character. A tourist becomes a Twain-like character. A fool becomes a Twain-like character. The language itself absorbs the humorist. That is influence, not imitation. Absorption. The writer becomes part of the culture's mental vocabulary, and Twain entered deeply. His characters became archetypes. Tom Sawyer became the clever troublemaker. Huck Finn became the outsider traveling through an unjust society. The Connecticut Yankee became the modern rationalist confronted by irrational institutions. These characters continued appearing in adaptations, films, television, theater, animation, children's books, classrooms, cultural references. Every generation reshaped them, sometimes badly, sometimes brilliantly, but they survived. That survival matters because adaptation is another kind of immortality. A story that can be retold in different forms has a kind of flexibility. The details may change. The core remains. A boy looking for adventure. A person searching for freedom. An outsider questioning society. A traveler discovering that the world is not as civilized as advertised. These are not 19th century questions. They are human questions. And so Twain's characters continued to work. But perhaps the most important character in his writing was not a person. It was America itself. America appears as a restless creature, always moving, always expanding, always claiming to be something better, always failing to live up to its own ideals, and always trying again. Twain loved that contradiction. The country was ridiculous, but fascinating, dangerous, but energetic, hypocritical, but capable of generosity, violent, but capable of reform, confident, but insecure. That complexity allowed him to criticize America without completely rejecting it. His criticism was often a form of engagement. He cared enough to be angry. That distinction matters. Indifference is easy. Criticism requires attachment. Twain was attached to the country even when he attacked it. He knew its flaws because he had lived inside them. He was not an outsider observing from another planet. He was one of the people he criticized. That made his satire more complicated. When he mocked Americans, he was mocking himself too. He was part of the joke. And that self-awareness prevented his criticism from becoming completely detached. He understood that the fool was often in the mirror. Perhaps that is why his humor feels less cruel than some forms of satire. He was not always laughing down. He was often laughing sideways. Everyone was ridiculous, including him. Especially him. This was a useful philosophy, because certainty is dangerous. A person who believes everyone else is foolish becomes blind to their own foolishness. Twain tried to avoid that trap. Not always successfully. Nobody does. But the attempt mattered. He questioned himself. He admitted mistakes. He described his own failures. He turned embarrassment into material. This is why his financial collapse became part of his literary mythology. The great American humorist had been spectacularly bad at judging certain investments. There is a certain poetic justice in that. He could recognize absurdity in the world, but the world remained capable of fooling him. And perhaps that is the final defense against arrogance. No matter how intelligent you are, you can still be fooled. No matter how experienced you are, you can still misunderstand. No matter how famous you are, you can still make a terrible decision. Twain knew this, and it kept him human. The same humility appears in his approach to memory. He did not always trust his own recollections. He knew memory could change. The story we tell about childhood is not necessarily the childhood that actually happened. We remember emotionally, not mechanically. A childhood summer may seem endless when we are 10. Then, 50 years later, we remember it as a few images. A river. A fence. A smell. A voice. A face. The mind compresses time. Twain understood that autobiography is therefore partly invention, not necessarily deliberate lying, something subtler. Memory itself is a storyteller. It rearranges. It emphasizes. It forgets. It combines. It creates meaning. This is why his autobiographical writing can feel dreamlike. He was not simply recording facts. He was reconstructing experience. And perhaps that is the only way anyone can write about a life. Facts matter. But meaning comes from arrangement. The historian asks what happened. The storyteller asks what it felt like. Twain could do both. That combination made him unusually powerful. He could describe a real world and give it emotional shape. This is why the Mississippi in his writing feels almost alive. It is geography, but it is also memory, freedom, danger, youth, loss, America, time. The river carries all of these meanings. And perhaps this is why so many readers who have never seen the Mississippi can still imagine it. They hear it. They smell it. They see the mist, the dark water, the distant lights, the sound of the steamboat. Twain transformed geography into imagination. That is another form of immortality. A place can become part of the mind of someone who has never visited it. And the Mississippi became part of the mental geography of millions. The river was also a metaphor for change. It never stops. The water that passes one moment is gone the next. Yet the river remains. This is an excellent image for history. People disappear. Institutions change. Cities rise and fall. Languages evolve. Countries expand and contract. But the larger movement continues. A generation disappears. Another arrives. The world looks different. And yet some patterns remain. Twain's career followed that river-like movement. He changed constantly. But his central impulse remained. Observe. Question. Laugh. Remember. Those four verbs could almost summarize his life. Observe the world. Question its assumptions. Laugh at its absurdity. Remember what mattered. Perhaps that is why his writing still feels intimate. He is not simply telling us about history. He is teaching us how to look at it. And looking carefully is one of the quietest forms of resistance. Against propaganda. Against vanity. Against certainty. Against forgetting. To look closely is to refuse the easy explanation. Twain was a close observer. He noticed the tiny contradiction, the uncomfortable detail, the person nobody else was listening to, the sentence that did not quite make sense, the institution behaving differently from what it claimed. These observations became his material, and the material became literature. That process is almost invisible. A writer sees. The reader sees the finished book. We rarely think about the observation between them. But Twain's gift was attention. He paid attention longer than most people. And perhaps that is the real secret behind great writing. Not genius. Not inspiration. Attention. The willingness to stay with something. To look again. To listen again. To notice what everyone else ignores. Twain could do that. And he turned attention into entertainment. That is why the books remain readable. They are not simply historical documents. They are alive with people. People who talk. Lie. Argue. Travel. Run. Hide. Dream. Make mistakes. Laugh. Cry. And continue. The 19th century is gone, but its people remain inside the pages. That is the peculiar power of fiction. The author invents characters, but eventually the characters become more real than the people who inspired them. Tom Sawyer is not a historical person. Huck Finn is not a historical person. But generations of readers remember them as if they had once lived. They become companions. And perhaps this is why childhood readers often return to Twain later in life. The first reading gives adventure. The second gives nostalgia. The third gives history. The fourth gives sadness. The fifth gives something else entirely. You notice the adults. You notice the society. You notice the language. You notice the loneliness. You notice what you missed as a child. That is another quality of great books. They grow with the reader. You do not simply reread them. You reread yourself. The same pages. Different person. Different meaning. Twain understood the movement of age. He knew that the boy reading a book and the old man rereading it were not the same reader. The story had not changed. The reader had. And perhaps that is why his work continues to find new audiences. Every generation brings new questions. Every generation finds new contradictions. Every generation needs to relearn the old lesson. Civilization is not the same thing as goodness. Education is not the same thing as wisdom. Technology is not the same thing as progress. Authority is not the same thing as truth. And confidence is not the same thing as competence. Twain understood all of these. He did not solve them. He simply kept pointing. Look, there. Did you see that? The king is pretending. The politician is boasting. The tourist is confused. The respectable man is lying. The child is telling the truth. And everyone is acting as though this is perfectly normal. That was his world. And perhaps ours. The names change. The costumes change. The machines change. The human comedy continues. Maybe that is why Twain's humor does not feel entirely old. Some of it is. Some references require explanation. Some attitudes belong unmistakably to the 19th century. But beneath them is a recognition that remains familiar. People are strange. People want approval. People fear humiliation. People exaggerate. People misunderstand. People pretend. People love. People lose. People keep going. Twain never stopped being fascinated by this. And perhaps neither should we. Because the moment we decide we have completely figured out humanity is probably the moment humanity surprises us again. It has been doing so for thousands of years. Twain knew better than to expect otherwise. So he watched. And he wrote. And he laughed. And he complained. And he remembered. And eventually, he became part of the thing he had spent his life observing. History. That may be the final irony. The observer became observed. The storyteller became a story. The critic became a subject of criticism. The humorist became an academic field. The man who mocked fame became famous. The man who questioned immortality became immortal in the only way available to writers. Through memory. Through language. Through readers. The river is still there. The books are still there. The questions are still there. And perhaps, somewhere in the quiet of a library after midnight, the old voice still feels close. Not because ghosts are real, but because words are remarkably good at crossing distances. A century disappears. A page opens. And suddenly the distance is gone. You hear the rhythm. You hear the sarcasm. You hear the warmth. You hear the suspicion. You hear the laughter. And for a few moments, the dead man is not dead. He is simply talking. That is what writers leave behind. Not themselves. Not exactly. A version of themselves. A voice constructed from ink. A personality preserved in sentences. A mind reconstructed by the reader. It is imperfect. It is incomplete. But it is enough. And perhaps that is why we read. Not merely to learn what happened, but to meet minds that would otherwise be inaccessible. Mark Twain is one of those minds. A mind formed beside a river. A mind shaped by a divided country. A mind fascinated by technology. A mind suspicious of power. A mind wounded by grief. A mind entertained by human foolishness. A mind that never stopped asking questions. The questions remain. The answers remain uncertain. The night grows deeper. The river continues. And the American voice becomes quieter. Not silent. Just quieter. Like an old storyteller finishing the last sentence. Waiting. Listening. And smiling slightly. Because, after everything, perhaps the world is still ridiculous. Perhaps humanity is still trying to understand itself. Perhaps we are all still drifting downstream. And perhaps the best thing we can do, while the river carries us, is to keep our eyes open. To notice. To question. To laugh. And when the night becomes quiet, to remember. The river and the voice. There is a temptation, when telling the story of a famous writer, to end with the books. The books were published. The books became famous. The writer died. The books survived. And that is the end. But it isn't really the end. Because a book does not have a single life. It has many lives. The first life belongs to the writer. The second belongs to the first readers. The third belongs to later generations. And eventually, if the book survives long enough, it begins to belong to people who live in a world the author could never have imagined. That is where Mark Twain lives now. Not in the 19th century. Not entirely in the 20th. But somewhere in the imagination of everyone who has opened his books. A strange place. A place where the Mississippi can still be dark beneath a summer sky. Where a boy can still stand beside a fence. Where a raft can still drift downstream. Where an old man can still look at humanity and shake his head. And where a sentence written more than a century ago can still make someone laugh in a quiet room. That is an extraordinary achievement. Most lives disappear. Most conversations disappear. Most jokes disappear. Most newspapers become wrapping paper. Most letters become dust. Most names become difficult to pronounce. The overwhelming majority of human beings vanish from collective memory, not because their lives were meaningless, simply because memory has limits. Mark Twain managed to push against those limits. He left enough behind. Books. Letters. Stories. Characters. Photographs. Speeches. Ideas. And above all, a voice. The voice matters. Because reading Twain is rarely an entirely silent experience. Even when you read privately, you can almost hear the rhythm, the pauses, the dry amusement, the exaggerated seriousness, the sudden turn, the quiet punchline, the sentence that begins as an observation and ends as an accusation. He had a voice. And voices are difficult to kill. You can burn paper. You can close libraries. You can demolish houses. But if enough people remember the words, the voice returns. This is why dictators have always feared writers. Not because writers are physically powerful. They are usually not. Most writers are terrible at physical intimidation. Their greatest weapon is much less dramatic. A sentence. A question. A memory. A story. Something that enters the mind and refuses to leave. Twain understood this power. He did not behave like a revolutionary in the traditional sense. He did not lead armies. He did not command governments. He did not occupy palaces. He wrote. And writing allowed him to attack ideas that armies could not easily reach. He could ridicule imperialism. He could question slavery. He could expose hypocrisy. He could mock the powerful. He could make ordinary people visible. That was enough. Perhaps more than enough. His most powerful criticism often came through characters rather than arguments. Instead of telling us that society is hypocritical, he showed us a respectable person behaving hypocritically. Instead of telling us that children are imaginative, he showed us Tom Sawyer. Instead of telling us that society teaches prejudice, he showed us Huck struggling against what he had been taught. Instead of telling us that civilization is fragile, he placed a modern man in a medieval kingdom and watched the experiment collapse into absurdity. Stories make arguments quietly. They allow readers to discover conclusions. That is why they can survive longer than speeches. A speech belongs to its moment. A story can move. It can change meaning. It can enter another culture, another language, another century. Twain's work did exactly that. His books were translated around the world. Readers who had never seen the Mississippi encountered it through him. People who had never lived in 19th century America met his characters. People who knew nothing about American river towns suddenly had images in their minds. That is another kind of travel. The writer travels without moving. The reader travels without leaving the room. And perhaps that is why Twain loved travel so much. He understood what it meant to see the world from a different position. Travel can expose assumptions. At home, your customs seem normal. Abroad, they suddenly seem strange. At home, your accent is invisible. Abroad, everyone hears it. At home, your manners seem obvious. Abroad, they become cultural habits. Twain discovered this repeatedly. He traveled and watched people watching each other. That is one of the great subjects of his travel writing. The tourist. The outsider. The foreigner. The person who thinks their own culture is normal and everyone else's is bizarre. This is funny because it is true. Every culture does it. Every traveler does it. And perhaps Twain's deeper point was that civilization looks different depending on where you stand. There is no universal center. Everyone thinks they are standing at the center. That realization made him skeptical of cultural superiority. It also made him a more interesting observer. He could laugh at Americans. He could laugh at Europeans. He could laugh at himself. That is a useful habit. If you can laugh at yourself, the world becomes slightly less dangerous. Not safe. Just less unbearable. Twain understood unbearable things. He had experienced war, loss, debt, illness, death, public failure, private grief. And yet he kept returning to humor. That tells us something about humor itself. Humor is not always happiness. Sometimes humor is endurance. A person laughs because the alternative is to scream. A person jokes because reality is too absurd to describe directly. A person tells a funny story about something painful because pain becomes easier to carry when it has a shape. Twain gave pain a shape. He gave absurdity a shape. He gave American contradictions a shape. And people recognize themselves. That recognition is one of the deepest sources of laughter. You laugh because you know the person. Perhaps you are the person. Perhaps you have made the same mistake. Perhaps you have wanted the same approval. Perhaps you have lied in the same ridiculous way. Perhaps you have believed something simply because everyone around you believed it. Twain's humor often contains a quiet invitation. Come on. You know you do this too. That makes the joke more forgiving. And perhaps that is why his best humor rarely feels purely cruel. He understood human weakness because he possessed plenty of it himself. The great observer was also a participant. He was not standing outside humanity. He was trapped inside it with the rest of us. That is the great irony. The critic cannot escape the thing he criticizes. The writer cannot escape language. The traveler cannot escape culture. The humorist cannot escape sadness. The human being cannot escape being human. Twain knew. And he kept writing. Perhaps that is why his later pessimism never fully defeated him. He could believe that humanity was foolish and still love individual people. That distinction is important. Humanity, as an abstract concept, can be disappointing. An individual person can be wonderful. You may despair about civilization while loving a friend. You may distrust institutions while trusting one person. You may criticize society while caring deeply about your family. Twain lived inside these contradictions. They are not unusual. They are human. He simply had the vocabulary to describe them. And perhaps that is what literature does best. It gives language to feelings we already have but cannot explain. You may know what grief feels like, but a good writer can give it a shape. You may know what nostalgia feels like. A good writer can give it a landscape. You may know what hypocrisy feels like. A good writer can make you laugh at it. You may know what loneliness feels like. A good writer can make you feel less alone. Twain did all of these things. That is why his books became companions. Not merely texts. Companions. You return to them when you are young. Then again when you are older. And each time, something has changed. Usually you. Perhaps the first time you read Tom Sawyer, you envy the adventures. The second time, you notice the adults. The third time, you notice the sadness. The fourth time, you notice the society surrounding the children. The fifth time, you realize the book was never really about childhood alone. It was about memory. The adult remembers childhood differently from the child. And Twain understood that difference. The childhood world is enormous. A summer afternoon can feel endless. A mile seems impossibly far. A small river seems like an ocean. A secret feels like a matter of life and death. Then adulthood arrives. The world becomes larger. But somehow the feelings become smaller. Or perhaps we simply stop noticing them. That is one reason childhood memories can feel almost sacred. They contain a version of ourselves that no longer exists. Twain spent much of his life returning to that version. Not because he wanted to become a child again. That is impossible. But because childhood contained a kind of openness. The future had not yet been decided. Everything was possible. The world was still mysterious. Adults had not yet explained everything. That mystery fascinated him. Perhaps it always will. There is a reason the river appears so often in his imagination. A river is movement without destination. You can travel. You can drift. You can stop. You can turn. But the water continues. You cannot command it completely. This is a useful metaphor for a human life. We make plans. The river makes decisions. We believe we are steering. Sometimes we are. Sometimes we are simply being carried. Twain experienced both. He planned careers. History changed them. He pursued wealth. Technology disappointed him. He built a family. Death took people away. He built a reputation. Time transformed it. He wrote books. Readers gave them new meanings. He spent his life trying to control his story. In the end, history took the story from him. That is true of everyone. Eventually, the story belongs to others. And perhaps this is why legacy is never completely predictable. You can leave instructions. You can write memoirs. You can explain yourself. But you cannot control the future reader. They may love what you disliked. They may dislike what you considered important. They may remember a joke and forget a serious argument. They may quote one sentence and ignore an entire book. Twain experienced this. Some of his most famous quotations are detached from their original context. Some are altered. Some are misattributed. The internet has made this even more common. A sentence appears on an image. Underneath it, Mark Twain. Whether Mark Twain actually said it is another matter. This is almost a perfect example of the difference between a historical person and a cultural symbol. The symbol can say anything. The real person had limits. He had context. He had contradictions. He had days when he said something foolish. The symbol has no bad days. It simply exists. That is why serious reading matters. The actual books are more interesting than the quotations. The actual life is more interesting than the legend. The actual human being is more interesting than the white suit. Because the real Twain was not always certain. He was not always wise. He was not always kind. He was not always right. He was searching. And that search is what makes him worth remembering. He was trying to understand the world he had inherited. A world of slavery, war, industrialization, empire, religion, science, capitalism, democracy, racial hierarchy, technological change, mass communication. He lived through enormous transformations, and he kept asking whether human morality was keeping pace. That question remains. Perhaps it will remain forever. Technology moves quickly. Human psychology moves slowly. We invent faster machines, but we still struggle with envy. We create faster communication, but misunderstanding remains. We build larger cities, but loneliness remains. We produce more information, but wisdom remains scarce. We become more powerful, but not necessarily more responsible. Twain would have recognized the pattern, and perhaps he would have laughed. Not because the situation is harmless, but because recognizing absurdity is sometimes the first step toward correcting it. A person cannot change what they refuse to see. Twain's entire career was about seeing, sometimes too much. The older he became, the more clearly he saw death. The more clearly he saw hypocrisy. The more clearly he saw the limits of progress. But he also saw beauty. The river. The night sky. Childhood. Friendship. Language. Laughter. Curiosity. That balance matters. He was not simply a pessimist. He was a disappointed idealist. There is a difference. A true pessimist expects nothing. Twain often expected more. That was why he became angry. He believed people could do better. He believed nations could behave better. He believed society could become more honest. He believed freedom meant something. He believed cruelty should be recognized. His anger came partly from the gap between what humanity claimed to be and what it actually did. That gap frustrated him. And perhaps it should frustrate us too. A world that claims to value justice should be judged by how it treats the powerless. A world that claims to value freedom should be judged by who actually has it. A society that claims to value civilization should be judged by how it behaves when civilization becomes inconvenient. These are not specifically 19th century questions. They are permanent questions, and Twain's refusal to stop asking them is part of his importance. He was not a systematic philosopher. He did not construct a grand theory of history. He did something more conversational. He noticed. He joked. He questioned. He told stories. Sometimes the story carried the philosophy. Sometimes the joke carried the criticism. Sometimes the silence carried the sadness. That was enough. More than enough. Perhaps this is why Twain is still read outside the United States. His world was American. His questions are not. Every society has hypocrisy. Every society has power. Every society has outsiders. Every society tells stories about itself. Every society believes it is more rational than it actually is. Every society has people who question those stories. Twain became one of those questioners. His particular river was the Mississippi. Another writer might have had another river, but the current is familiar. History flows. People struggle. Institutions change. Memory survives. And the individual tries to understand where they are going. There is something comforting about remembering that. You do not have to understand everything. Twain did not. You do not have to solve history. Nobody can. You do not have to make sense of every contradiction. Some contradictions are permanent. Sometimes the best response is simply to notice them, to stay curious, to keep listening, to laugh when possible, and to remember when necessary. The night has become very quiet now, the kind of quiet that Twain would have known before electric lights transformed darkness, before cars filled streets, before airplanes crossed oceans, before television, before computers, before phones could place the entire world into a pocket. There was simply night. A dark room. A lamp. A book. Perhaps the distant sound of a horse. Perhaps wind moving through trees. Perhaps the river. Twain lived in that world, then watched it disappear. We live in another world. And someday it will disappear too. Someone will look back at our cities, our machines, our habits, our strange little arguments, and they may wonder why we cared so much about things that seemed enormous to us. That is history. Every generation thinks it is living at the center of the story. Eventually, it becomes a chapter. Twain understood that. Perhaps better than most. He knew that fame was temporary. He knew that political power was temporary. He knew that wealth was temporary. He knew that even nations were temporary. But he also knew that a sentence could travel. A story could survive. A memory could remain. So perhaps the task is not to defeat time. Time cannot be defeated. The task is to leave something worth carrying forward. Twain left stories. He left laughter. He left questions. He left warnings. He left contradictions. He left a record of a country learning to become itself. And he left a voice that still sounds strangely alive. Imagine the Mississippi one last time. The sun has disappeared. The sky is deep blue. Mist lies close to the water. A steamboat moves slowly through the darkness. Its lights are small. The sound arrives before the vessel becomes visible. A distant whistle. Then silence. Then water. The boat disappears around a bend. And for a moment there is nothing. Only the river. The river does not care about fame. It does not care about literary awards. It does not care about criticism. It does not care about history. It simply moves. Perhaps Twain would have liked that. The world is temporary. The river continues. The story ends. The voice remains. And somewhere, long after the writer has gone, someone opens a book. They turn one page. Then another. And suddenly a man from 1835 is sitting beside them. Not physically, but close enough. He begins talking. He notices something. He points it out. He makes you smile. Then he makes you think. Then perhaps he makes you uncomfortable. Then he laughs. And you realize that more than a century has disappeared without warning. The distance between you and him has become only a page. That is the magic. That is the strange little miracle. And perhaps that is the most peaceful way to end the story of Mark Twain. Not with his death. Not with his fame. Not with his controversies. But with a voice. A voice that began beside a river. A voice that traveled across a continent. A voice that crossed oceans. A voice that survived war, grief, bankruptcy, technological change, and time. A voice that became part of the language. A voice that still asks us to look closer, to distrust easy answers, to notice the absurd, to remember the forgotten, to laugh at ourselves, and perhaps, above all, to remain curious. Because curiosity is the opposite of certainty, and Twain was never comfortable with certainty. He preferred questions. The river is quiet now. The page is nearly finished. The lamp burns low. The room grows dark. And the old storyteller takes one final look at the world. He does not explain it. He does not solve it. He simply observes, then smiles. Perhaps the world is still ridiculous. Perhaps it is still beautiful. Perhaps it is both. And perhaps that is enough. The water moves beneath the moon. The night continues. The centuries pass. The books remain. And the voice, very softly, goes on. The man beside the river. There is something strange about reaching the end of a long life. For most of our lives, the future is larger than the past. When you are young, tomorrow seems almost endless. There are places you have not seen, people you have not met, mistakes you have not yet made, jobs you have not yet quit, arguments you have not yet had, books you have not yet read, and, if you are very young, an almost unreasonable amount of confidence that you will somehow have time for all of it. Then, gradually, the balance changes. One day you look backward and realize the past has become larger than the future. The places you remember become more numerous than the places you expect to visit. The people you have lost become part of the landscape of your memory. The childhood home may still exist somewhere, but you are no longer the child who lived there. The river still flows, but the boy who once watched it is gone. Mark Twain spent much of his later life looking backward, not because he had stopped caring about the present. He was still intensely interested in technology, politics, science, war, business, the future. But memory became increasingly powerful. The older he became, the more the world of childhood seemed to return. Hannibal, the Mississippi, the caves, the boats, the streets, the boys, the girls, the adults who had once seemed enormous, the people who had once seemed permanent. Most of them were gone. That is one of the quietest shocks of aging. When you are young, adults seem like part of the landscape. Your parents seem permanent. Your teachers seem permanent. The old shopkeeper seems permanent. The house seems permanent. The town seems permanent. Then one day you return. The building is gone. The shop is gone. The teacher is gone. The road looks smaller. The hill is not as steep. And you realize that memory had enlarged everything. Childhood does that. It creates enormous worlds out of small places. Twain understood this better than almost anyone. He could turn a town into an epic, a river into a universe, a fence into an adventure, a raft into freedom, a summer afternoon into eternity. That is what memory does. It makes ordinary things enormous. Perhaps this is why childhood appears so often in his work. He was not simply remembering himself. He was remembering a way of seeing. A child does not know that the world is temporary. That is part of childhood's beauty. The child assumes the summer will continue. The friendship will continue. The house will remain. The adults will remain. The world will remain. Only later do we understand that everything is moving. Everything is leaving. Everything is changing. The child thinks the river is simply there. The adult understands that the river is carrying time. Twain's writing lives somewhere between those two perspectives. The child sees wonder. The adult sees loss. The humorist sees absurdity. The historian sees change. And the human being sees all of them at once. Perhaps that is why Twain's nostalgia is rarely simple. He loved the past, but he knew the past contained suffering. He remembered freedom, but he remembered injustice. He remembered adventure, but he remembered death. He remembered laughter, but he remembered grief. The past was not golden. It was simply his. And there is a difference. We often romanticize history because it belongs to someone else. Their streets look charming. Their clothes look elegant. Their houses look picturesque. Their lives appear slower. But if you actually lived there, You would discover the inconveniences, the smell, the cold, the disease, the lack of sanitation, the long journeys, the limited medical treatment, the social restrictions, the uncertainty, the loneliness. Every century has its advertisements. History has its own advertisements. And Twain was very good at tearing them down. He knew that every supposedly civilized society had a backstage. Behind the clean front door was the kitchen. Behind the elegant theater was the labor. Behind the political speech was the ambition. Behind the respectable reputation was a human being. And human beings are messy. That was Twain's great subject. Not kings. Not presidents. Not wars. People. People trying to appear better than they were. People trying to survive. People trying to impress each other. People trying to understand what was happening. People making terrible decisions with extraordinary confidence. Because, of course, they did. And sometimes they made wonderful decisions too. That mattered. Twain's criticism would have been unbearable if he had not also possessed affection. He could mock people because he understood them. And he understood them because he was one of them. That is an important distinction. A person who hates humanity usually does not understand it. A person who loves humanity too much may refuse to see its flaws. Twain lived between those extremes. He was disappointed, but fascinated, angry, but amused, suspicious, but curious. That tension produced much of his best work, and perhaps it also explains his continuing appeal. We recognize the emotional contradiction. We can love people and still be exhausted by them. We can believe in society and still distrust institutions. We can admire progress and still fear what progress destroys. We can love our country and still criticize it. We can remember childhood fondly and still be grateful that we grew up. Human beings live in contradictions. Twain simply refused to hide them. And so, when we remember him, we should resist turning him into a perfect symbol. He was not perfect. He was not always consistent. He was not always modern. He sometimes expressed ideas that make modern readers uncomfortable. He sometimes participated in the assumptions of his own era. He also challenged some of those assumptions. He was both a product of his time and a critic of it. That is how most important historical figures actually work. They are not visitors from the future. They are people born into a particular world. They inherit its language, its prejudices, its institutions, its blind spots. And sometimes they push against them. Sometimes they fail. Sometimes they change. Sometimes they contradict themselves. That is history. The temptation is always to ask, was he good or bad? But that question is usually too small. A better question is, what did he see? What did he misunderstand? What did he challenge? What did he inherit? What did he leave behind? These questions allow a person to remain human. And Twain deserves that humanity. He deserves to be read in context, not worshipped, not dismissed. Read. Because reading is more demanding than either worship or dismissal. You have to stay with the contradictions. You have to turn the pages. You have to listen. And Twain gives you plenty to listen to. Sometimes the voice is funny. Sometimes bitter. Sometimes tender. Sometimes cruel. Sometimes astonishingly perceptive. Sometimes wrong. That is precisely what makes the reading worthwhile. The perfect writer would be boring. There would be nothing to argue with. Nothing to discover. Nothing to forgive. Nothing to reconsider. Twain gives us plenty of all four. And perhaps the deepest lesson of his life is that observation can be a form of courage. It is easy to repeat what everyone else says. It is harder to look at something familiar and say, wait, is that really true? Why do we do this? Who benefits? Who suffers? Why are we pretending? Those questions can make a person unpopular. Twain knew. He had been unpopular. He had been attacked. He had been criticized. He had been celebrated. He had been misunderstood. Fame did not protect him from any of this. If anything, fame made criticism louder. But he kept writing. That is another form of courage. Not dramatic courage. Quiet courage. The courage to keep observing. The courage to keep revising. the courage to admit uncertainty, the courage to sit with grief and still write another sentence. That final kind of courage may be the most difficult, because grief changes the meaning of everything. After losing people he loved, Twain could not simply return to the earlier version of himself. The world had changed. A chair was empty. A familiar voice was gone. A letter would never arrive. A room would remain untouched. This is the hidden history of almost every famous person. Behind the public story are private absences. We see the books. We do not always see the empty rooms. We see the speeches. We do not see the nights when someone could not sleep. We see the photograph. We do not see what happened 5 minutes before it was taken. History tends to preserve surfaces. Literature sometimes preserves interiors. Twain's later writing gives us glimpses of that interior world. The humor becomes darker. The memories become heavier. The past becomes more present. And perhaps the famous wit becomes quieter. Not silent. Just quieter. There is a difference. A young man laughs because the world is exciting. An old man may laugh because he knows how strange it is that any of us are here at all. That kind of laughter has weight. It is laughter with memory behind it. And Twain had accumulated a great deal of memory. He had lived through enormous changes. When he was born, the United States was still a young republic. Communication moved slowly. Travel was difficult. Medicine was primitive. Slavery was legal in much of the country. By the time he died, airplanes had begun to demonstrate the possibility of human flight. The telephone had changed communication. Industrial cities had transformed the landscape. Modern corporations had emerged. Mass newspapers had expanded. The United States had become a global power. Twain had lived across an extraordinary technological bridge. From riverboats to airplanes. From candlelight to electric light. From handwritten correspondence to instantaneous communication by telephone. And yet, beneath all that change, the human being remained recognizable. Still vain. Still frightened. Still ambitious. Still loving. Still foolish. That must have been both comforting and depressing. Technology could change the world, but it could not automatically improve the human heart. Twain understood that progress required more than inventions. It required wisdom. And wisdom cannot be manufactured in a factory. That is one reason his skepticism remains relevant. Every generation believes its technology will solve old problems. Sometimes it does. Often it creates new ones. The machine is never the whole story. The question is what humans do with the machine. A printing press can spread knowledge. It can also spread propaganda. A telephone can connect families. It can also spread rumors. A newspaper can expose corruption. It can also sell sensationalism. Technology amplifies. It does not decide what deserves amplification. Twain lived during the early stages of this problem. He watched newspapers become powerful. He understood celebrity. He understood mass communication. He understood how quickly a reputation could spread. In that sense, he was surprisingly modern. He was one of the first American writers to become something resembling a global media personality. His face was recognizable. His lectures drew crowds. His books sold internationally. His public statements were reported. His private life attracted attention. The modern celebrity culture was beginning to emerge, and Twain was one of its early inhabitants. He sometimes enjoyed it, sometimes resented it, sometimes manipulated it, sometimes escaped it. But he could not completely avoid it. That tension also feels familiar. Fame gives you an audience. It also gives the audience a claim on your attention. People feel they know you. They want access. They want opinions. They want stories. They want jokes. They want explanations. But the famous person remains a person. Twain knew the difference. He could perform Mark Twain. But Samuel Clemens still existed somewhere behind the performance. Perhaps that is why the distinction between the two names became so fascinating. Mark Twain was the voice. Samuel Clemens was the man. One belonged to the public. The other belonged to private life. Yet they were never completely separate. They were two currents in the same river. And eventually they merged. The man became inseparable from the name. The name became inseparable from the books. The books became inseparable from America. And America became inseparable from the memory of the man. That is a remarkable journey for a child born in a small Missouri town. He did not know what his life would become. Of course he didn't. Nobody does. The future arrives disguised as ordinary days. A boy goes to school. A father dies. A family struggles. A young man learns a trade. A boat moves downriver. Someone tells a joke. Someone writes a paragraph. Someone decides to try something different. At the time, none of these moments look historic. History does not announce itself. That is one of the most important things to remember. The moments that shape a life usually feel ordinary while they are happening. Only later do we understand. The death of his father. The first encounter with the river. The decision to leave. The adoption of a pen name. The first successful story. The first major book. The marriage. The children. The financial disasters. The losses. The travels. The return. The aging. The final winter. Each moment seemed separate. Together, they became a life. And that life became a story. Perhaps every life is like that. We are all writing without knowing the ending. Every day feels small. Then years pass. And suddenly the small days have become the whole story. Twain's life reminds us of this. The writer who spent so much time describing other people was eventually turned into a story himself. And perhaps that is the most fitting ending. Not that we should remember every date. Not that we should memorize every title. Not that we should turn him into a monument. But that we should remember the simple human fact. A person lived. He was born. He was frightened. He was ambitious. He loved. He failed. He laughed. He mourned. He changed. He watched his world disappear. And then he disappeared too. What remains is not the man. What remains is what he gave away. Words. Stories. Questions. The river. The laughter. The doubts. And that is enough. Imagine now that it is very late. The room is dark. There is perhaps a little light from a window. Outside, the world continues. Cars pass. A distant voice rises and disappears. A dog barks somewhere. Then silence again. You have been listening to a story about a man who lived more than a century ago. He lived before the modern world existed. And yet somehow, the distance does not feel so enormous. Because he worried about the same things. Money, reputation, family, failure, love, death, meaning, the strange behavior of other people, and his own strange behavior. Perhaps that is why history can feel intimate. The centuries are large. The emotions are not. A man sitting beside a river in 1850 could look at the water and feel something very similar to what a person feels standing beside a river today. The water moves. The sky changes. The day ends. Someone you love is somewhere else. The future is uncertain. And for a moment, you simply watch. Twain watched. Then he wrote. And because he wrote, we can watch with him. The river remains. The man is gone. The voice remains. The room becomes quieter. The pages become still. There is nothing left to prove. Nothing left to explain. The story has already happened. The 19th century has already disappeared. The 20th century has already disappeared. We are moving through our own century now. Someday, this one too will become history. Our buildings will age. Our devices will become obsolete. Our arguments will seem strange. Our jokes will require explanation. Our names will fade. Someone will eventually wonder what it felt like to live now. And perhaps they will find fragments, photographs, books, videos, messages, voices, stories. Just as we found Twain. And perhaps that future person will realize something very simple. People were people. They worried. They hoped. They laughed. They were confused. They tried to understand. They loved what they could. They lost what they could not keep. They watched time move forward. Just like us. Just like Twain. Just like everyone who has ever lived. The river does not stop for any of us. It carries the boats. The reflections. the leaves, the sunlight, the darkness. Everything passes. And yet, for a little while, the river remembers. Perhaps that is what literature is, a kind of river memory. The words carry a person farther than the person could ever travel. Mark Twain traveled widely, but his words traveled farther. They crossed oceans. They crossed generations. They crossed languages. They crossed centuries. And now they have reached you. Perhaps you are listening while working. Perhaps driving. Perhaps lying in bed. Perhaps the room is already dark. Perhaps you have been listening for a long time. The voice has become quieter. The story is becoming a memory. And that is appropriate. Because Mark Twain spent much of his life writing about memory. About what remains after the moment has passed. About what childhood looks like from old age. About what a river looks like after you have traveled far from it. About how people become stories. Now he has become one himself. A story. A voice. A name. A shadow beside the river. And perhaps, if we listen carefully enough, we can hear him one last time. Not speaking loudly. Not performing. Not lecturing. Just observing. The river. The night. The people. The absurdity. The beauty. The sadness. All of it. Together. And maybe the old humorist would have had one final joke. Something dry. Something understated. Something about how humans spend their lives trying to understand the universe while occasionally forgetting where they put their glasses. Because, of course, they did. And perhaps he would smile. Then look back toward the river. The water would continue moving. The night would deepen. The lights along the shore would become smaller. The sound of the boat would fade into distance. And the storyteller would become quiet. Not because the story had no more meaning, but because sometimes the best ending is silence. So let the river move. Let the centuries pass. Let the old houses disappear. Let the names fade. Let the books remain where they are. And if, somewhere in the quiet, you hear the faint sound of a voice telling a story, do not worry. It is only history. It has no need to hurry. It has been waiting a long time. And tonight, it can wait a little longer. Good night, Samuel. Good night, Mark. Good night, River. Good night, old America. And good night to the boy who once stood beside the Mississippi, not yet knowing that one day, the whole world would know his name. The water moves. The page rests. The lamp grows dim. And somewhere beyond the darkness, the river continues.